Hello, and welcome back to the official CertComp series. This is Blue Team Level 1. We're going to get into our introduction here. So continuing on with our discussion here, our introduction. So in Blue Team Level 1, we're going to give an introduction to the Blue Team. We're going to start out with an intro to our company. We're going to talk about what our company is about. We're going to talk about who this course is for. We're going to go over an introduction to the course, prerequisites for the course. So there's going to be a certain amount of knowledge that's going to be expected. We're also going to talk about some of the course lab materials, course scheduling, the exam, as well as a brief intro to Blue Team methodology in general and offensive cyber operations. In the second module, we'll get more into the Blue Team methodology in more detail. So our company is a US-based company. CertComp is designed to provide lots of information in this course, particularly Blue Team operations. We're going to talk about getting Blue Team members to think more offensively or be able to anticipate the maneuvers of Red Team members. We're going to touch on some of the different topics. So this course will be beneficial for not just technical, competent people, but also managers, engineers, and many others. So CertComp is the cybersecurity division of SEC-ready Incorporated. Team members have an average information technology experience in cybersecurity of over 20 plus years, including areas like cloud, biometrics, cybersecurity. Trainers understand the importance of putting students first in the knowledge transfer process. CertComp is a force multiplier for companies because of our ability to recognize the unique challenges that members and veterans face. Many of our instructors are not only work with veteran companies, work with the federal government and corporations, understand the unique challenges both veterans and government personnel face to become certified to protect and defend Department of Defense networks as well as the global information grid. The student introduction typically would be a short introduction, 30 seconds or less, covering the background, experience, certifications, students' intentions for the course. So thinking about as you're going through this material, what you would like to gain from the course. There's a lot of knowledge out there. You're not going to know everything, but experience and certs will definitely help you. But it's not the end-all, be-all. One thing to have theory and knowledge, it's another thing to apply it in the defense of a network or a system. Of course, setting goals for knowledge and being able to recognize your weak points is inherently valuable. If you're not honest with yourself about the areas where you may lack expertise, because let's face it, there's no one that's going to know everything. IT today has become fairly compartmentalized to where you may have some people that are experts in firewalls, some might be experts in cybersecurity, system administration, others might be application developers. Many different aspects for different jobs and positions in IT roles today. So all of our instructors have a vast amount of experience, as we've said, over 20 plus years in many cases. So this course is going to provide a wide variety of information. So it's not just for one type of person or one type of job description. So getting to know Blue Team operations, to become more well-rounded security experts, as well as being able to think outside the box. So this course is for engineers, IT managers, system maintainers, ethical hackers or people that are interested in the ethical hacking exploits of Red Team. Some of you may have areas where you're lacking in, you may have questions. Try to cover a nice balance of theory as well as scientific or hands-on labs. This course is going to make you prepared to fill positions in companies on Blue Team, particularly similar to SOC analysts, cybersecurity professionals, those that are interested in expanding their knowledge of blue teaming. Even if you're going to be on the other side, the penetration testing side, understanding the blue team will be beneficial for you as well, because if you understand the blue team, then when you're a red teamer, then you can more effectively integrate yourself with the blue team members. And ultimately, that leads to much more value added for the customers. Other job types that might be benefit from this course, you have threat hunters who try to understand better how blue teaming can increase their ability to defend the network and how performing things like hardening, and then any other computer network defenders or computer network exploitation teams, as well as forensic specialists who might want to understand these tactics better. So managers need to incorporate blue team activities into their operations. They may not have expertise in-house, so it's important to get management involved early on, because that way you can fill critical shortcomings as needed. And these are some of the different job titles that this course will prepare you for, whether you're a C-level executive or whether you're working more hands-on role. It's absolutely a jungle out there, and it's hard to know what information to follow. Whether you're an engineer, project manager, maybe you're a member, maybe you're a DoD member, part of a cyber protection team designed to protect our critical infrastructure. Maybe you're an incident handler. You're dealing with trying to help companies cope with that have either already been breached or have employees that are not trained to handle breaches. This course will be value add for all of those situations. Let's talk about some of the prerequisites. So this course is going to be as much hands-on as possible to make you much more effective at conducting blue team operations. But to get the most out of this class, make sure you have knowledge of topics listed here. This doesn't mean that you still can't take the course, but it's highly recommended. Check out some of our micro courses that we have on certcop.com. We have a wide variety of topics that can complement your learning process, make you much more effective, and make the course that much more valuable to you. So the recommended experience level ideally would be someone who's had help desk experience, system administrator, network administrator, deeper security knowledge, understanding basics, networking basics, ports and protocols, and services. So basic topics like the OSI model, the Open Systems Interconnection model. Now, if you see an acronym that I use and you're not sure what it is, well, there's of course Google where you can look it up. Also, you'll have cert tips that have flashcards and have acronym lists. So make a note of it and then come back to it. That way you have full understanding of what material is actually explaining. IP addressing, absolutely. IP version 4, IP version 6, understanding the difference between the two. IP version 6, a much larger address space. Requests for comments, RFCs, understanding what a public address versus a private IP address. So an RFC 1918 address, a private IP, which most people's home networks are private, i.e., not IP addresses that are not routable. But we'll talk about other topics like basic networking. What is an IP address? Subnet mask, fault gateway, basic command line skills like PowerShell on a Windows environment, difference between a Windows terminal and a command line interface on Linux. You must absolutely have to, at a minimum, you need to understand the TCP/IP stack and the OSI model. Understand what a port is. Having knowledge of networking protocols and port numbers will absolutely help you. All these things, these will get you ready for level 1. Will even help prepare you for some of level 2, because these topics, like anything in life, they build upon each other. So these are some of the different topics we're going to talk about. We're going to start out with introduction, fundamentals. We'll talk about blue team methodologies, get into different networking technologies and tools, how to secure the network, securing hosts and data. We'll look at things like open source intelligence, vulnerability scanning, how to implement the vulnerability management process. We'll talk about the human aspect, how to analyze that reconnaissance data. So on the red team side, they're conducting reconnaissance to find out weak points where they might be able to attack. On the blue team side, you perform reconnaissance like the bad guys would, so you can find out what information is publicly available about your company. We'll talk about network-based threats, securing corporate networks, incident response process. We'll get into some NIST standards for that. And we'll get into advanced attacks. So advanced attacks like distributed denial of service, amplification attacks, network time protocol attacks. And we'll look at how to determine the impact of incidents. So once you have an incident, you have to figure out what your critical data, how well your organization is able to withstand it. We'll talk about risk management. We'll go into some of the different risk management tools and processes. We'll talk about preparing an incident response toolkit and how to implement different security controls to protect critical resources for an organization. We'll talk about selecting the best course of action. And we'll do some intro to some Linux Plus commands and topics that will benefit you, because even Microsoft recently has admitted that it's important to understand Linux, because if you understand Linux, then you can understand the cloud. You can understand things like Microsoft Azure or Amazon Web Services. We'll look at different network services, how to set up localization in Linux, depending on where you are in the world. We'll look at process management, package management, how to install packages, and packages are really just a binary executable, like an executable in Windows. We'll look at how to add other repositories to Linux as well. Different Linux installations will have different ways of managing packages. We'll talk about compliance. We'll look at frameworks, policies, and procedures. We'll talk about identity and access management. Also cryptography and PKI from a defensive perspective. Benefits of cryptography, especially with respect to hardening. Cryptography runs pretty much the gamut of cybersecurity. And typical messaging today on things like WhatsApp and Facebook and other online chat applications, if you don't have end-to-end encryption, you're not going to be secure. It means the bad guys will be able to listen in on what you're saying and possibly be able to use it against you. We'll talk about compensating controls to when there's sometimes events that you cannot deal with, you'll put in a control to help mitigate that. We'll talk about secure software development. Depending on what language you're using, whether it's .NET, Java, Go, Python, Ruby. We'll talk about policies to mitigate risk. We'll even touch on some of the federal government initiatives. Wireless networking. We'll cover forensics, computer forensics specifically, but we will touch on mobile forensics somewhat. We'll talk about administering users and groups, how to manage user permissions and group permissions, especially in Linux, because everything in Linux is a file, so every file has almost a separate access control list. And we'll talk about storage. We'll look at protecting files. We'll look at corporate governance, compliance. We'll cover different aspects of incident response, ownership, permissions. We'll look at access and authentication and how it relates to identity and access management. Talk about logging, things like syslog and web server logs and cloud logs. And we'll talk about security information and event monitoring as part of your continuous monitoring process. We'll look at network performance. We'll look at firewalls, particularly Linux firewalls as an example, but we'll talk about different kinds of firewalls. We'll also touch on Kali Linux as part of the other certification we have, the Kali CKLPT. Kali Linux is just an offensive distribution of Linux that you can utilize as part of a red team or as a blue teamer to defend the network. We'll get into biometrics, bash scripting, as well as threat and vulnerability management. We'll continue on with software and system security. So once you how to develop secure software, secure coding practices, how to secure servers against web vulnerabilities that are in the code. We'll get into security operations and monitoring, troubleshooting their users. We'll even touch on SCADA and industrial control systems. So what's the schedule? This is going to be a 5-day course. Instructor will not be able to demo all the tools. We will budget time in for labs, but the pace will be at the instructor's discretion. If you're doing a live class, if you're doing the on-demand class, then you will have essentially a self-paced option. The 40-hour course for level 1, typically 4 to 5 lectures per day if you're doing it remotely or on site. And you will get course completion certificates to be able to add that to your continuing education credit hours to maintain other existing certifications. These are some of the different blue team actors. So they may be part of the blue team, either part-time, full-time, or they may be a secondary job role that they fill. Incident handlers, physical security, forensic analysts, incident responder. We'll talk about all these. This is not all inclusive, but these are many of them. Talk about the different color teams as a whole, because it's important to know if you only know one side, you're leaving yourself open to attack. So we have the red team. Red team is offensive by nature. And its activities include Penetration testing, ethical hacking, running enumeration scans, conducting wireless site surveys, exploits. Defenders, you have SOC analysts, you have trying to detect the red team, as well as indicators of compromise of the system. We'll talk about vulnerability scans, network scans. And the red team and the blue team must coordinate, share information. That way they can get the most effective end product out of a penetration test engagement. Trying to solve problems. Also talk about the blue team, how it's defensive by nature. We'll also talk about how the red team typically is going to be outsourced to an MSP or MSSP or some third party because you won't have enough people in-house. Whereas with the blue team, you might be able to have mostly internal personnel, but you might need an MSP for certain things. Then we have the purple team. Purple team is not necessarily a permanent fixture, but it's really collaboration between the red team and the blue team. See the crossover here of this Venn diagram. Is this the purple team right here? Or is this the red team? Or is this the red team as interface with the purple team? Probably more so than the blue team. But it can vary. The better you are at sharing information, the more successful your team will be. So let's talk now about some of the lab materials. We're going to extensively use virtual machines and virtualization as much as possible because that drives down the need to have physical servers and physical machines. So you can use things like VMware Player, VMware Workstation, VirtualBox by Oracle. We'll give you the offensive tools, the Kali Linux, the Parrot Linux, and some of the different network tools. IP scanner tools, Nmap, Wireshark. Many of these come pre-installed on Kali and Parrot. We'll get into some of the Linux tools like Whois and ifconfig, traceroute. These are all free tools that come pre-installed either on Linux, but we'll also talk about Windows tools. Ping, NSLookup, MBTstat, NetStat. We'll talk about IDSs like Snort versus antivirus products like Malwarebytes, for example. So we'll also get into physical penetration testing. On the red team side and the blue team side, we'll learn how to prevent these kinds of things. We'll talk about social engineering, some of the different methods that can be used to prevent these kinds of things. But to be able to prevent them, we also have to understand how to test for them to see if people are vulnerable. So we'll cover pretexting, phishing, smishing, look at physical access cards like prox cards, things like the Proxmark, which can write its own cards or write the codes that which are essentially numbers to the cards. We'll talk about vulnerability scanning tools like Nessus, OpenVAS, Nikto, and also Nmap. We'll get into behavioral versus signature-based detection, which is a misunderstood area of security. So, depending on the course, there may be different conditions applied based on the licensing. Lab tools will be demonstrated by the instructor, but the goal is to reinforce the concepts in the course with labs. The Raspberry Pi will be issued to those that are taking live classes, but not for the on-demand. I highly encourage you to purchase a Raspberry Pi if you're not receiving one as part of the course, because it will be invaluable to you in your learning of Linux commands, and it's also just a way to build an extra machine or a jump box or a hacking box, as it were. The exam, number of questions, 100 questions, 3-hour exam. A mix of drag and drop matching questions, performance-based questions. So similar to other certification exams that are out there, but at a much better value. We'll talk about exam fees, exam prep tools. You can find out about all that on certcop.com. The exam prep tools will come with the course, like flashcards, cert tips, and as well as practice questions and the practice tests. There are many different training methods available via the website, virtual live training, instructor-led training. If you head on over to certcop.com, you can look at the top menu here, the Stay Home and Get Certified. You can search for courses. You can look for individual certifications. You can look for micro courses. We have cybersecurity and forensics courses, on-demand training, classroom training, virtual live training. Just some of our featured courses here, CompTIA certifications, and our upcoming schedule. If you want to find a course, you can browse the catalog. And you can see different courses that are available, sorted by category. Go over to SecBay, you can see all the security-minded courses. And you can also see the testing policies and exam retake policies, exam information, certification, voucher information, etc. So let's talk now about the blue team methodology briefly. What does a defender see? Well, the blue team is a defensive endeavor. These are some important questions to ask. What type of security incidents have you experienced in your time? Whether it's a malware attack, a phishing attack, corporate spillage, leakage, physical intrusion. How could a hacker exploit vulnerabilities to escalate privileges? So it's important to be able to understand the bad guy so you can think like the bad guy. And also be able to stop them, deny them the attack vector. What kind of sensitive information is vulnerable in the network? So what is the vital information? The confidential corporate data. So we also, some other questions to ask are, how could a blue teamer defend against hackers spread malware? Talk about how the blue teamers can use security research to help defend the network. What a security incident will look like. So everyone's skill set will be different, and it's important to get people to think outside the box and start questioning the network and questioning things they see. Be able to utilize everyone's skills more effectively. So what is the blue team? The blue team is, according to NIST's definition, blue teams are the group responsible for defending an enterprise's use of information systems by maintaining its security posture against a group of mock attackers, i.e. the red team. Typically, the blue team and its supporters must defend against real or simulated attacks over a significant period of time. Must be in a representational operational context, such as part of an operational exercise, and according to rules established and monitored within the help of a neutral group refereeing the exercise, i.e. the white team. We don't have a separate course in the white team, but you may run into that term in your different red team, blue team engagements. So blue teams are a group of individuals that conduct operational network vulnerability evaluations. They provide mitigation techniques to customers who have a need for independent technical review of their network security posture. They may not know what their network security posture looks like. They may not understand the threats that they're vulnerable to them, especially if they're in the small and medium-sized business player, or they don't have a lot of IT personnel. The blue team identifies security threats and the risks in the operating environment, and in cooperation with the customer, they're able to analyze the network environment and its current state of security readiness. Based on their findings, they can provide recommendations that integrate into the overall solution to increase the readiness and cybersecurity posture. Oftentimes, the blue team is employed by itself or prior to having a red team test the systems. The last topic in the introduction is to discuss offensive and defensive cyber operations. Cyberspace operations are categorized as follows. Offensive cyberspace operations. They're designed to protect power by the application of force and through cyberspace. These operations are authorized like operations in the physical domains. They're both. So defensive operations are operations to defend DoD or other friendly cyberspace. They're both passive and active operations and are conducted inside and outside of the DoD information networks. DoD operations are designed to build, design, configure, secure, operate, maintain, and sustain DoD communications. So that concludes our introduction. We talked about the company as a whole. We looked at the course, what's going to be in the course, who's the course for. We talked about prerequisites, course materials, the schedule, exams, and a bit about blue team methodology and also cyber operations. So that concludes this introductory module. I appreciate your attention, and we'll see you in the next module. Welcome to the course, and thank you. Hello, welcome back to the official CertComp series. We're continuing on with Blue Team Level 1 course. This is the next module, Blue Team Methodology. So this is continuing on with Level 1, Blue Team Methodology. We're going to talk about different theories and fundamentals of the blue team. We're going to talk about what the blue team is, why do we need the blue teams, and how does the blue team interact with red team and so on. We'll talk about how it's different than other methodologies. We'll talk about what organizations should use blue teaming. Go over some of the basic things that a blue team does for an organization. Being able to defend and implement security controls. We'll talk about organizations that should use blue teaming, as well as the purpose of a blue team exercise. We'll talk about some of the different use cases and misuse cases with respect to security and how blue team members should be able to recognize ways in which systems can be abused. We'll talk about what kind of personnel should be on a blue team, why it's called a blue team, how the concepts came about. We'll go over the differences and the overall goals of a blue team. We'll also look at some personality traits and skills of who might be a good fit for blue team. So what is the blue team? The blue team at its core typically identifies security threats and risks in an operating environment, and in cooperation with a customer, analyzes the network environment and its current state of security readiness. This is the NIST definition, typically defending against mock attackers, i.e. the red team, which is a borrowed military term. Red team came from military organizations that wanted to test out their capabilities to see how well that they could defend the network. It means attacks should be conducted over a significant period of time. They should not be an open-ended test, however. There should be a timeline for these types of events. So it ultimately involves people, processes, and the technology. So the people involved are the security personnel, people that need to be trained or potentially have their security levels increased. Talking about processes like SOPs and policies that may or need to be revised or maybe non-existent, and of course the different technologies associated with security and blue team as well. Why do we need blue teams? Well, because adversaries are everywhere. It's up to an organization, but just going it alone with minimum security, or even better than minimum security, is going to leave them vulnerable to advanced persistent threat groups. These are nation state hackers that have endless funding and training and seemingly the at will ability to compromise networks. We'll also look at how blue team members can deal with hacktivists, hackers that hack based on a political agenda to promote a certain agenda, either defacing a website or disabling a website. One such example of this was when the group Anonymous hacked the CENTCOM domain, or hacking into the accounts of child online pornographers, sex trafficking offenders, etc. We'll talk about script kiddies. And while script kiddies sound harmless, they can use tools created by real hackers so they can be as much of a problem as a legitimate hacker without really knowing what they're doing, or not really knowing the impact or the fallout. So then we have nation states. So nation states typically have the funding, they have the ability to back their nefarious hackers like China, Iran, North Korea. They put all the resources of their government and economy to bear. Of course, organized crime, going back to the early days of the mafia, the mob, the bootlegging of the United States in the 1920s, the Al Capone days during the Great Depression. So additionally, besides organized crime, we have some groups that are just cyber terrorists. They have political or religious beliefs that are seeking to create large-scale damage and chaos in the information system. Sometimes people just want to see the world burn. And of course, state-sponsored hacking by nation states. So this is any hacking that is supported by large governments or possibly extremist nations. But first and foremost, the blue team is not the help desk. These are security professionals that have an inside and out view of the organization. Their one goal is to protect critical assets from different kinds of threats. The blue team members are well aware of the business objectives and the organization's security strategy. So their task is to essentially build up the castle walls so no arbitrary intruder can compromise their defenses. How does it work? Well, the blue team first gathers data. So they gather data, they document, they inventory systems, they collect things like versions of software, patch update information, so they can conduct baselining, hardening of the operating system. So conduct a risk assessment. Once they've gathered all the data, they've documented exactly what needs to be protected. They've identified critical assets. And they carry out a risk assessment that can help then, and only then, can they tighten up access to the system in different ways. You can't protect what you don't know you have. They conduct a risk assessment. The results of the risk assessment should be protected. They are valuable. We will talk about ways to mitigate risk. It's important also to introduce stronger, so things like stronger password policies. from also educating the staff to make sure they understand proper security procedures, like not clicking on links, not opening up attachments, not visiting unapproved websites, or installing unapproved software. I can think of one case where an organization that I was responsible for, they were having developers who were developing code for an unnamed government program. They were also system administrators on their local workstations. So as you can see how that could be a problem, and also a bit of a conflict of interest, especially if someone would be classified as an insider threat. So if you're already an administrator on your local box, that's pretty much the crown jewels. There's nowhere to go above that. So monitoring tools are often put in place to allow information regarding these access systems to be logged and checked for unusual activity. The blue teams are going to do regular checks on the system, for example, DNS audits, internal or external network vulnerability scans, as well as capturing sample network traffic so they can analyze with tools like Wireshark or TCP dump. Blue teams have to establish security measures around assets of the organization, critical assets. They start their defensive plan by identifying those critical assets and document what is the impact to the business if they were to lose the access to those assets. Imagine for a moment Amazon website is unable to do business for 24 hours, unable to sell products. How long before the company's stockholders and shareholders begin to lose confidence? How long before the perception of the company not being able to properly secure their systems gets out? The blue teams do the risk assessments identifying threats. So risk can never be gotten to zero, but ultimately risk management is identifying threats against each protected asset. And then the weaknesses that can be exploited. By looking at the risks and prioritizing higher risk vulnerabilities, the blue team can come up with a plan of action for implementing security controls to help lower the impact, or at least the likelihood that these attacks will be successful. Senior management involvement is crucial at this stage because only they can decide either to accept the risk or implement controls over it. And a selection of controls may be somewhat restricted by budgeting and cost, based on a cost-benefit analysis or a perceived return on investment. So a blue team may identify that the company's network is vulnerable to a denial-of-service attack or a distributed denial-of-service attack if it's a large organization. This attack essentially takes down the availability of the network, so to legitimate users, by sending incomplete requests. So each of these requests would require some resource to perform an action, whether it's a SYN flood attack or whether it's a ACK flood or taking advantage of a vulnerability like the NTP monolist command. So an attack that severely cripples the network is going to be a problem, not only for the people that are trying to solve the technical challenge, but also for those that are responsible for the systems and their constituents. So let's talk about the blue team NIST definition. We've seen it before in the introduction, but we'll briefly again cover it here. The group responsible, according to NIST definition, responsible for an enterprise's use of information systems by maintaining its security posture against a group of mock attackers, i.e. the red team. The blue team and its supporters must defend against a real or simulated attack over a significant period of time in a representative operational context. That means essentially similar circumstances to what the organization would have on a day-to-day basis. Additionally, it must be done according to rules that are established. Similar to how soldiers have rules of engagement on the battlefield, so too must blue teams and red team engagements be conducted according to specific practices in order to not accidentally take down or denial of service a particular critical asset, critical server. So you may have a white team that is responsible for the exercise coordination. In the military, we call them high control, but in the civilian terminology, it's the white team. And you can look at CNN or CNSSI 4009, which is a government documentation or standard for cybersecurity operations, cybersecurity best practices, if you will. So part 2, the blue team is a group of individuals that conduct operational network vulnerability evaluations. So they provide mitigation techniques, keyword mitigation. So mitigating risk to customers. So they mitigate the risk to customers, and they can also help provide an independent technical review. So what is their posture? They're independently assessing whether or not the company has employed effective security controls. So the key word here is to do this prior to a red team deployment, not during or after. You don't want to learn about your defenses while you're already in combat. So too is it in cybersecurity. So the blue team identifies those risks in that operating environment, and then working with the customer, they analyze the environment on its current readiness. Based on the findings, they provide recommendations that integrate into an overall community security solution. Oftentimes, a blue team is employed by itself or prior to that. So remember, prior to that, hence the key word. It's not any value add if the red team goes in and tests the network when it's already a known quantity that the security controls are insufficient. What organization should use blue teaming? Well, end users are always blamed for the majority of security problems, or at least a lot of them. So from phishing attacks, smishing, clicking on malicious links, drive-by downloads, opening up attachments, plugging in devices into the network. Bigger problem is this. It's organizational. Security posture. Organizations drive. Security does not drive organizations. Organizations drive security. Organizations exist to make money. Businesses exist essentially on two pieces of paper. One that details costs and one that details revenue. Revenue exceeds, or rather, if cost exceeds revenue, then as a business, you're out of business. The security professionals must adapt to the business need and to the nature of the business. So security professionals have to be all in. They have to be on the same page as the C-level management objectives. Organizations are slowly realizing that the more that they digitize, the more they have to modernize. More they will need security and cybersecurity. So remember that typical IT personnel may be working in the SOC, analyzing data, but they may not have any concept of some of the skills that they're needed for blue team. Maybe fresh out of college, fresh out of an internship. Organizations that have personnel that are susceptible to clicking on links. If it's happened before, it's likely to happen again. So, saying I often use in many classes I teach is that there are two kinds of companies in this world. Those that have been hacked and those that know they've been hacked. Maybe those that will be hacked. Might be a third type, but ultimately not good for anyone involved. But let's talk about what a blue team does, or a blue team member. So we'll look at a high level. So blue team members are somewhat of a jack of all trades because they have so many systems and sensors. There's no one size fits all approach. Every organization is different. Every organization has a different level of security. So blue team typically exists at a minimum of SOC analysts. They're typically trained to defend the network and implement the better defenses for the organization. At least a 24/7 by 365 model. The blue team role is to detect deter and oppose the red team as their reason for being. So the scenario is designed to enhance the skills. So enhancing the skills while preparing them for real-world and dangerous attacks. So many of today's threats, like malware, phishing attacks, so ultimately, being able to understand security incidents and respond appropriately. Many of today's threats, like malware and phishing emails, get stopped at the perimeter of the network by automated tools. So endpoint security products and threat detection are now ubiquitous. The SOC or blue team adds vital human intelligence to those tools and the technologies so they can be both proactive rather than reactive. So the blue team will detect and neutralize the more sophisticated attacks and closely monitor So the blue team's objectives and duties include 1. Understanding security incidents, understanding incident response process, and responding appropriately. Noticing suspicious traffic patterns, noticing indicators of compromise, or IOCs. Important acronym to remember there. You have rapidly shutting down any form of compromise. Identifying the team actors. So being able to identify the red team or threat actors, command and control servers or C2 servers. So C2 servers are quite common and be able to block their IP addresses. Additionally, traffic analysis and data flow modeling would be another useful application. Additionally, looking at things like SIEM inputs, platforms for visibility, and many other applications can help ease this process. Let's talk about purpose of a blue team exercise. Purpose of the blue team exercise is typically it's designed from the inside out. Blue team members have an inside out view of the organization. Their job is to protect the organization's critical assets against any kind of threat. We talked about knowing the business objectives of the organization and their security strategy. If you just take some time to talk to your executive leadership and gain a rapport with them, then you'll be able to actually more effectively do your job. Gathering the documents, identify weaknesses, conduct the risk assessment. So monitoring gets put in place or to look for unusual activities. So ultimately, blue team members, as they're doing risk assessments, they'll identify threats and they'll start performing tasks like hardening to improve the overall security posture of the organization and conducting vulnerability scans so that weaknesses or flaws get fixed and not passed on to the next cycle of updates. Let's talk about personnel for a blue team. More is always better. Technical skills They all work kind of together as it is. But having a lot of technical skills goes a long way, whether you're a SOC analyst, firewall expert, IDS expert. So generally, a minimum of 2 people, 4 people recommended. More is always better. There's no recommended number. So ultimately, you might have somebody who's a Splunk expert, maybe somebody who's a SIEM expert, or network engineer, depending on the timeline and also the scope of the blue team, red team engagement. You'll want a system admin, no doubt, because you'll have to take some of the weaknesses that the red team finds and work with the organization to remediate them. We'll talk about some of the blue team actors as we go through the course, but this is a review from the introduction: incident handler, physical security expert, cyber engineer. So these are just a few of the players. Let's talk about use and misuse cases. So this is a diagram designed to depict use and misuse cases for a particular system. This could be any system, a server, whether it's in the US. So use cases are a normal use of the system. A security use case would be a way of using security, and a misuse case would be how an attacker either threatens a use case. So we have here the user authentication use case. So authenticating for a regular user to a server. So ultimately, the user authentication can be threatened by brute forcing the passwords by the attacker. There's showing generic error message would be one method, which mitigates harvesting of credentials. Yeah. So we also have here, we have another mitigation, locking the account out after a certain number of failed login attempts. So this locking out of the account will help prevent an attacker from just brute forcing the password, or also dictionary attacks. And finally, we validate password length and complexity. Maybe you need to reset the password. There's got to be a method for when passwords get changed that users can't just put in simple passwords, because then attackers will be able to do dictionary attacks. If it's simple, easily guessable passwords, the abuse case would be this, and the use case would be. So let's talk about blue team. Why is it called a blue team? Well, it can be helpful to think of software development as a combination of people, process, and technology. These factors create the software, so it's logical that these are the things that must be tested. So most people generally test technology or the software itself. So the testing is the people, which would be your user training and awareness, make sure that people are doing the right things. Your process, which would be to make sure that there are adequate policies and standards. People know how to follow these policies. And finally, technology. How well the security controls are actually working. Are they being effective? Just to reiterate what we talked about before, the differences between the color teams. No, red team is offensive, the blue team is defensive, the purple team is a mix of red team and blue team. I know some of the different activities that each one engages in. Penetration testing for red team, ethical hacking, enumeration scans, wireless site surveys, exploits. Blue team is the defenders, looking for indicators of compromise, that needle in a haystack, trying to find out when an attacker is already in the network. So the difference is And both red team and blue team can be outsourced, but sometimes they're a mix of internal and external personnel. So what's a blue team exercise? Blue team that organizations would use a variety of methods and tools as countermeasures to protect from cyber attacks. Depending on the situation, the blue team might determine that additional firewalls are needed to block access to the network, or the risk of social engineering is so critical that it warrants the cost of implementing security awareness training company-wide. The blue team exercise can be performing DNS audits, prevent phishing attacks, avoiding stale DNS issues, downtime, conducting digital footprint analysis, to track user activity and identify any known signatures, installing endpoint security software on external devices like laptops and smartphones, ensuring firewall access controls are properly configured, deploying an IDS and an IPS, implementing a SIEM solution, analyzing logs, segregating networks using vulnerability scanning software, anti-malware software, and of course building security in from the start. So once you have your blue team, you want to build good metrics, consistent metrics. So good metrics show awareness and training, or a lack of awareness and training. Vulnerability scans might reveal security gaps, so you have to be aware. You want to document maybe the number of bug fixes over time. Next, you want to document the test results, what action was taken by whom, looking at the security logs regularly, and increasing logging after security incident. But we have to have also consistent metrics. Consistent metrics mean that conducting a nice combination of white box versus black box testing. So insiders have knowledge and access to systems that outsiders don't have. So insiders have more attack vectors for carrying out and participating in an attack. The reports are critical. 5 W's: what actions were taken, who, why, when, where, and possibly how. Looking at vulnerability scan reports, patch management reports, and then of course system baselines. Were any new patches installed recently? Let's talk about some of the goals of the blue team. The metrics can support security risk cost defect management when associated with tangible and timely goals. So, such as reducing the vulnerabilities by 30%, or fixing security issues by certain deadlines, such as before a beta release, testing security data, so such as the number of vulnerabilities detected during a manual code review. Ultimately, supporting organizational governance and compliance, figuring out what a baseline would be for what we consider to be accepted and good. From security test data, we have goals for test metrics. So defining the goals is a prerequisite for using this data for risk analysis and management processes. So a measurement such as the total number of vulnerabilities found with security tests might quantify the posture of the application. These measurements also help to identify objectives for security testing. So getting vulnerabilities down to an acceptable number. Another manageable goal might be comparing application security against a baseline to assess improvements of overall application security processes. Finding bugs in the software and hardware of an organization might be unaware of. Looking for things like root causes and remediation efforts. So a security defect could be an error in design, it could be an error in coding. So what is the effort required to fix that defect? These could be measured in terms of developer hours. To implement the fix, the tools and resources required to fix, and the cost to implement the fix. So categorizing the data in terms of the threat, exposure to the vulnerability, and the potential impact posed by the vulnerability to determine risk. Testing application security by managing the technical risk. Get it to an acceptable level. So security testing data needs to support the risk strategy at critical parts of the software development lifecycle. We'll talk about software development lifecycle in a later module. For example, source code and source code analysis. This is an initial measure of risk. The critical high, medium, low. Determining exposure, likelihood factors by validating the vulnerability with penetration tests. Risk metrics associated with vulnerabilities. Power business managements to make risk management decisions, decide whether risk can be accepted, mitigated, or transferred at different levels. So one measure might be the number of lines of code of the application size. So application size typically is related to the number of issues found. So keeping it simple, defects could range between 7 to 10 defects for every 1,000 lines of code of new and change code. Testing can reduce the overall number by about 25% with one test alone. So it's logical for larger size applications to be tested more than smaller size applications. So when it's done at several phases of the SDLC, the test data can improve the capability of security tests in detecting vulnerabilities as soon as they're introduced. And it can also test the effectiveness of removing them. You might hear it called containment metrics. The clues supported by test data. All vulnerabilities are being reduced to an acceptable level for release. How does the security quality of this product compare with similar software products? Are all the security test requirements being met? What are the major root causes of security issues? How numerous are the flaws compared to the security bugs? Which security activity is most effective at finding vulnerabilities? Which team is more productive? There's lots of different questions you could ask at this point. So the goal of the blue team should be to a continuous improvement posture. Coordinating with the network vulnerability management team to remediate findings. Improve physical security. Share findings with the red team. Stay up to date on the latest technologies. Informing stakeholders of their results. And then, of course, modeling relevant threats to an organization. So again, just to recap, what is a blue team? The group responsible for defending an enterprise use of information systems by maintaining its posture. Typically, the blue team must defend against real or attacks over a significant period of time. In the operational context, they must be able to conduct network vulnerability evaluations, provide mitigation techniques. For organizations that have a need for an independent technical review, the blue team can identify security threats and risks in the operating environment and its cooperation with the customer. Analyze that environment and the current state of readiness. Based on findings and expertise, they can provide recommendations. overall security solution or mitigation solution. So what kind of individuals are good for a blue team? Well, of course, organizations need to be careful when selecting members that make sure they're properly vetted, skilled, and experienced. This helps lower the risk of conducting security tests. So blue team members may require special access to sensitive information. Some organizations might require background checks or security clearances. Organizations should be mindful of possible conflicts of interest. I know one thing, when I left active duty, one of the things I had to do was sign a form that made sure that I had not worked on any of the contracts for which I was applying or been in any decision-making authority. So a single individual conducting a formal assessment should not be responsible for addressing the findings. So many organizations have dedicated internal assessment teams. Depending on the organization's structure, size, location, and resources, these teams could be divided up by geographical regions or centralized. They could be deployed to various sites to assess or conduct their assessments. What kind of individuals are a good fit for the blue team? Well, you've got system configuration experts. People that are capable of reviewing system configurations. They can use automated assessment tools like SCAP and Microsoft Security Center and Shavlik, or Avanti as it's now called. Others might be able to actively exploit vulnerabilities, or at least demonstrate how ineffective security measures can get compromised. Assessors should have security and networking knowledge. Network security, firewalls, intrusion detection systems, operating systems, programming, scripting, and of course, networking protocols. A wide range of technical skill sets are required to conduct testing in an effective manner. So operational experience is of course preferred to classroom or laboratory training. Allowing inexperienced or untrained staff to conduct technical tests can negatively affect organization systems, potentially cause more damage, thus hindering the mission of the organization and undermining the credibility of its security program. And you also may want to have a technical writer to capture information on the blue team efforts. This helps more effectively convey the results of the assessment, especially to less technical readers. When assessments are done by a team, the team leader should perform that process. So being able to understand the environment and requirements. Team's leader should be selected based on overall technical knowledge and experiences with the type of techniques being executed. Knowledge of assets. Team leaders should also have strong communication, planning, conflict resolution skills. Being able to work within the group dynamic. These skills should be balanced to provide a well-rounded view of the organization's posture. So having someone that specializes in physical security, but also having technical people as well. But you don't want to have an entire team of that. The team may be selected based on the requirements of the tests that are going to be conducted as well. Someone who is a SCADA expert will likely get sent on SCADA blue team exercises. Same thing on the red team side. So, traditional security assessors may not have the ability or be familiar with the intricate components. You may have to call in a subject matter expert to supplement. But the subject matter expert should be well versed on the goals, objectives, ways of doing assessments, and should also be technical experts and should be included in the planning process because they may have critical knowledge to contribute. Assessors should be able to keep pace with current technologies and the latest means by which an adversary may attack the technology. And they need to periodically refresh their skills. They're helping develop assessment plans for system managers, CISOs, ISSOs will also be beneficial as well. Conducting examinations, tests, and collecting all relevant data. Being able to validate that mitigation is actually working. Sometimes engaging third parties to conduct further assessments once the red team engagement's done. Whether or not to bring in external entities should also be considered, but they must understand and comply with the organization's policies and procedures. Being able to communicate with the organization that's being assessed. Ultimately, there's a lot of different criteria that goes into making a blue team member and whether or not they're going to be effective. So we talked about what is the blue team, why do we need the blue team, how blue teaming is different from red teaming, what organization should use blue teaming. We talked about different exploits or different tasks of the blue team, purposes of the blue team exercises. We looked at use cases and misuse cases, also called abuse cases. We looked at personnel that should be on a blue team, why it's called a blue team, and some of the differences, as well as how did the blue team come about. Also, what organization, or what individuals rather, are a good fit for the blue team. That concludes the red team methodology lecture. I appreciate your attention. We'll see you in the next module. Thank you. Hello, and welcome back to the official CertComp series. This is continuing on with the Blue Team Level 1 course. This is the next module. We're going to get into an intro into the Linux world. Well, this is somewhat preparatory for CompTIA's Linux Plus certification, but there's going to be several different commands and concepts that are taught that will be useful not only for teaching students basic Linux, but also more advanced Linux commands and things that can be used to find critical information if you're doing a blue team engagement. So without further ado, these are our objectives. We're going to get into an introduction to Linux Plus and Linux architecture, Unix, which is what Linux is based on. Talk about some of the processes and history behind that. We'll go over system boot up, what a normal boot up looks like. We'll talk about some basic commands for Linux, also file management in Linux, as well as different Linux permissions, as well as different modes of access. The first thing to be aware of is that if you're not already aware that everything in Linux is a file, and that makes it very unique as compared to other operating systems. Linux, or the Unix operating system, is a collection of applications that serve as a conduit between the user and the computer. Like any operating system, there are input devices and there are output devices. The Unix just happens to be the one that Linux is based on. So the operating system has essentially a brain known as the kernel, which is the set of programs that distribute system resources, coordinate all the aspects of the computer's internal functions. So users communicate with the kernel through a program known as the shell. The shell is the command line interpreter. If you've done the bash programming or shell scripting module, this should be familiar to you. If you have not, this may be new information. So Unix was originally developed in 1969 by a group of AT&T employees, Ken Thompson, Dennis Ritchie, Douglas McElroy, and Joe Osana at Bell Labs. There are various variants available in the market: Solaris, Unix, AIX, HP Unix, and the Berkeley Software Distribution, or BSD, are a few examples. Linux is also based on much of Unix, and there are many different freely available distributions that you can find if you head on over to distrowatch.com or other. Distrowatch.com has many different uh, distributions of Linux. You can actually type in a flavor that you like. Say you want to type in BSD, and we can hit go, and we'll give you all the different distributions associated with it. Now, there are essentially, you can pick the operating system type. Just want BSD. Maybe you want a particular type. Let's say you want server based. Click on submit. And so we got free BSD, Dragonfly BSD, Open BSD, many different options. So you can look at packages, package management. You can see different distributions according to the terms of which you search. Several people can use Unix at the same time, which makes it a multi-user system, multiple accounts. Users can run multiple programs at the same time, hence it's a multitasking environment. And this goes back to the 1960s when it was created. They were developing what was called the system Multics for the GE 645 mainframe. Multics had many innovations, but it had some problems. Bell Labs became frustrated by the size and complexity of Multics, but not the overall goals. So they pulled out of the project. And the last researchers to leave were among the creators of Linux. So they wanted to preserve not only a good environment to do programming, but a system around which a fellowship could form. As they stated, they knew from experience the essence of communal computing as supplied by remote access time-shared machines, not just to type programs into a terminal instead of a key punch, but to encourage better communication. Here we have the Unix architecture. So a computer operating system that embodies Unix philosophy. It may adhere to standards like the single Unix specification or similar POSIX IEEE standard, but no single published standard describes all architecture computer operating systems. There are many systems which are Unix-like in their architecture, notably among the Linux distributions. The distinctions between Unix and Unix-like systems have been the subject of heated legal battles, and holders of the Unix brand, the Open Group, object to Unix-like and similar terms. So the Unix kernel, which is the core or key component of the operating system, has many kernel subsystems. You can see the kernel goes around the hardware. So these things like process management, scheduling, file management, device management, network management, and as well as memory management and dealing with interrupts from hardware devices. Each of the subsystems has some features. So since Unix is a multi-processing OS, it has what's called concurrency. Many processes can run concurrently to improve the performance of a system. It has virtual memory, a virtual memory management subsystem that implements virtual memory concepts, and users don't have to worry about the executable program size or the RAM size. Paging. So this is a technique to minimize the internal as well as the external fragmentation in the physical memory. The virtual file system is a file system used to help the user hide different file system complexities. The user can use the same standard file system related to calls to access different file systems. The kernel provides these and other basic services like interrupt and trap handling, separation between users and system space, system calls, scheduling, timer and clock handling, as well as file descriptor management. So the kernel, this is the operating system's brain. Most of the activities are performed in conjunction with the hardware. Shell is the application that handles the requests, analyzes and invokes the commands, and all the commands in a shell form a certain syntax. Most well-known shells, as we've discussed previously, so we've talked about some of the well-known shells like the C shell, the Bourne shell, and the Corn shell in the Bash programming module. So commands and utilities. There are many commands and utilities that can be utilized, like the copy command, the move command, cat, and even grep. There are around 250 common commands and more that are available through third-party software. All the commands come with a wide variety of choices, so you can see those in the man pages. As far as files and directories, all of the Unix data is organized into files. The Linux file structure is a tree-like structure, as we'll see when we get into it. So if you have a computer with Unix installed or Linux, all you have to do is boot it up, and as soon as it boots up, you'll see login prompt once it has all of its services get started and all of its system daemons get started correctly. So right now we have our Kali Linux virtual machine. We're going to go ahead and reboot. Let's go ahead and reboot. We'll see other ways to shut down, but this takes a moment. Then as we start up, press usually the Alt key or some combination of the Control and Alt, and see the services that are starting up. So the grub is loading. We put in our username and password here in Kali, and we're going to go ahead and open up a terminal, or we could do Control Alt T. Terminal emulator, also known as the command line. Now we have so we're not able to change the password because notice we have a $sign there, so that means we are not root. So what if we sudo we have to type it twice just to make sure that we're sure. Now the password is updated successfully. I want to change it back. I can do that based on commands, but there's the manual page for the password command. So changing options for user accounts. So normal users can only change for their own account, while the super user can change for anybody. So that once they've entered the password twice, then they can normally there will be some kind of complexity testing to make sure the password is entered correctly, whether it's lowercase, uppercase. Hence, for other passwords, you can actually set a password to immediately expire. There's the password command. What about the ls command? Probably one of the most used commands in Linux of all. Ls for finding out what files are located. If you just type ls, it will just list all the files, kind of in a columnar structure. Do ls-l, you get the actual file permissions for each file. Now we have the ls-la command, which is a little bit different. Gives you a little more information. Now, let's look at the man page. So ls lists information about the files, current directory by default, but you can ignore entries, you can filter, you can do lots of different things with it. Search for a specific classifier. Dereference, you can print out the inode for each file, which that might be useful. So ls-i, so it'll print out your inode number for each file. A lot of things you can do with ls command is quite useful. You can also do ls-la. You have the ls-la, which gives you a little more information. ls-l, or since we have an alias ll, in this case we have to I'm going to log back out and log back in. Now, so when we change the shell, we still have to log out and log back in. So we're going to log out. Yes. Log back in. It's always a good time to check for updates. So we have the ls command, we have the la command, we also have the who am I command. When you're logged into the system, maybe you want to know who else is logged into the computer. Maybe you want to find out someone else is logged into a computer at the same time. Maybe it's a public computer, and so you have to figure out who's logged in. Well, we can do that with a few commands. We have, make a new tab here, the users command. Right now we have Kali. We can have the man users command. So this will print out the users logged into the current host. We also have the who am I command, which prints the user name essentially the same as ID-un. So who am I? And we get the same result. So there's lots of different ways to perform. We can also just hit W, which I think personally is the easiest. And it gives you all the information, not only what terminal the login is from, but also the session information. So quite useful commands first and foremost. What about shutting down a system? Well, shutting down a system, it's important to consistently shut down a system. So you have commands like halt. Go ahead and clear the screen. So power off, reboot. So you can halt, power off, or reboot. There's a few different options. So all the three commands take essentially the same option. So you can do power off with a -P. So you might notice there's lots of different ways to do the same thing with Linux. So we can do power off. That shut us down, so we're going to come back and we're going to do the same thing. So the power off shuts down the system by powering off. Halt will do it immediately. Init 0, you can use predefined scripts and clean up the system. You can do init 6 by shutting the system down completely and restarting it. So we're going to try some of these other commands here. Now we're logged back in. We're going to try the init 0 command. So systemd or init. As we know, systemd is the new manager. It is the first process that runs. So let's do init 0. Essentially the same effect as powering off. So it's a little bit cleaner way of powering down the system. I'll go ahead and bring it back up. Another important difference is that init 0 can only be run by root or someone that can sudo to root. So the shutdown can be run by any user that has those permissions. So let's do the init 6. Now we've got the system back up. And so we have reboot, which is the equivalent of init 6. Init 0 kind of maps to power off, and then of course shut down. So there's lots of different options to do the same commands or shutting down. CD command, change directory. So if you want to change into a directory, so let's go ahead and open up a terminal again. And we're going to change into the documents directory with CD command. No there's no directory, it'll give you that if you mistyped it or you possibly used the wrong case. So for CD, there's no manual page. So we know that because there's no, so it's a built-in shell command. So once you're in the documents folder, so we're going to go ahead and pwd for print working directory. I'm going to do cd ... to go back to our directory, and we can see that we now are back in the home/Kali directory. So you can change directory very similar to how it works on Windows. So of course pwd, which stands for either print working directory, present working directory. It just depends on how your flavor of Linux or which, there's different types of options. So print name of current working directory, I've seen it as present working directory. This is, if you print, you can actually, with pwd, you can print the logical environment, even if it contains symlinks. If you do a -P, that would avoid any and all symlinks. So if you don't give it any option, it's going to assume physical. So if we wanted to change into something like usr/bin, and we have a directory that has a symlink, do it as an example. We get the same in this current directory, but certain directories you may not get the same. You'll get a different result depending on whether or not there is a symlink or not. So if you want to make a directory, so make directory, first change to the home directory. I'm going to change to the documents directory. We're going to make directory. And so now we're in our, I'm going to change into the newly made directory. And so now we have an empty directory to work with. So from here, if we want to remove that directory, let's go ahead and make another directory. If we want to remove directory, we can do rm. So it's a directory. So notice it will not let us do it. So we have to do sudo rm labs1. So it's a directory. So with this case, in some cases, you'll have to do it recursively, so it'll remove everything. Without the -r, the remove directory command will not work. We look at the rm man page. So -I is interactive. You have -r for recursive. So rm is just for a file, and it does not remove directories by default. So you'll have to either force it or have it prompt you before every removal. So that being said, the rm-rf is a command that if you want to delete recursively, and force, that will, especially you want to be very, very careful with the rm command. If you were to type this command, rm-rf star, at the root of your file system, you could potentially brick your virtual machine. Luckily, we're in a virtual machine and it's safe. So we may do it in one of the labs just to type that, just to see what it does, so you can visualize that. Let's go ahead and start talking a little bit about the touch command. So the touch command allows you to change file timestamps. It also allows you to create files. So if we were to say touch blue_team.text, now we have a text file through the touch command. So we could do the same thing with a text editor. So we want to exit. Say yes. We'll save. Right to blue team. Use the ls command, and now we have two different text files. One created by the touch command, and one created with the nano text editor. So we have different options to do similar tasks in Linux. Nano is just one of many file editors. Now we have the cat command. The cat command is a multi-purpose utility. It can be used to create a file, display files. It can be used to copy one file to another. So we have different options with cat. Go over to the man page. And so cat for concatenate files and also print standard output. So here we have the cat command, which is a multi-purpose utility on Linux. It can be used to create a file, display contents of the file. It can copy the contents of one file to another. There are many different things that you can do with it. Let's go ahead and go over to our Linux box. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to cat out to the screen the etc password file, which has all of the user accounts. And so we're going to also cat that file we just created. Previous video. Let's see, not this one. Let's see, what do we call this? We called it blue team 1. So cat blue. We hit tab twice. And I think blue team 1 actually had something in it. So there's the document we just sent out to the screen. So let's look at the man page. Type in man cat. So it tells you exactly what it does, and things like show everything, or you can show ends. You can cat out a particular, if you put a -n, cat -n, it will put out the document with the lines number. So lots of interesting things that you can do with the cat command. We can also do, sudo cat output blue team 1. Oh, that's right, we already sudoed, so we don't need the sudo. So now, so if you do cat less than the file name, we have nothing in that file. So if we were to put something in it, we would get the result of the file. So now we have the copy command, or the CP command, they call it. Man CP to copy files and directories. So basically it's copy, source, and then destination. You can have some other commands if you want to copy recursively, if you want to force, there's also the no clobber or the -n, which does not overwrite existing files. You can copy with the -v. So what if we want to copy -v blue team 1 and copy it to documents directory. So it said permission denied. So we have to sudo, and now we're able to copy that file to that destination. So if we change over to that directory, and we do the ls-la command, we copied to the root directory. So let's change ... Yeah, we copied to a different directory. So the move command is similar to the copy command. So if you want to move a file from one location to another, so there's the move or rename file. So if you want to just, let's say we want to rename that file, let's continue on. We've now covered some of the basic commands of working with files, manipulating files. There are three primary types of files in Unix or Linux. You have ordinary files, so things that hold data, text, program instructions. You've got directories that can organize both unique and common files. You have other files, special files that have access to hardware like hard drives, CD-ROMs, modems, Ethernet adapters. And so you can see here, you can see the directory structure. And so we have, at the top, you have root. So root is always going to be at the top, and then you have your first directory here. You have your various subdirectories, your bin directory, your boot directory, dev, etc, home, lib, media. And so these different directories will map to other directories themselves, so including supporting files, so file ownership is vital in Unix and also Linux because it allows for safe file storage. So every file has certain attributes. There are owner permissions that dictate what activities the file owner is allowed to perform on the file. There are group permissions that specify what activities a user can take if they're a member of the group to which the file belongs. And then there are other permissions that specify pretty much everyone else, what actions other users can take. So you have the owner, you have the group, and then you have everybody else. And you can see this in the Linux operating system. If you do an ls command, you can also working with the chmod command. So we have ls-la, we can see we have 3 sets. Let's just take this one directory, the videos directory here. We have 3 groups of bits here. We have the owner, then we have the group, and then we have everybody else permissions. So 3 sets of bits that will determine what you're able to do with a file. So when you display the ls-l command, you've got read, write, and you have execute. So R, W, and X. So the first 3 characters are the permissions for the owner. So you have in the if you have RWX, that means that all 3 permissions are on, which means that basically you have read, write, and execute permissions for whoever owns the file. Second group, 5 through 7, has permissions for the group to which the file belongs. So in the case of the documents directory here, there's read and execute, but no write. That's for the group permissions. The same thing for the last group, which is the owner, or rather the other group. So there's read and then execute. If there's just R dash dash, that means that there is only read permissions. So to change these permissions, we can use the chmod command or change mode command. So basically, if you can change this symbolically, or you can change this octally, using octal notation, i.e. numbers. So you have numbers that are from 0 to 7. So if you add up a read is a 4, a write is a 2, and an execute is a 1. If you add a 4, which is a read, plus an execute, you have a read and execute, that is a 5. So essentially anything that you add you'll have to be able to keep track of. That turns on the bits. Now, so let's explain what I mean here. So we have a file. We're gonna create a new file here because so we're gonna do a touch example.txt, and so now we have a file. So we're in ls-la, and we have our example.txt file. Notice by default it gave basically 6, 4, and 4. So read and write for the owner, read for the groups, and then just read for everyone else. So the file is empty, but the owner is Callie and the group is Callie. So let's go ahead and what if we were to chmod 000? So we took away all the permissions for that file, and we go to the file again. Now notice that that file will have simply all dashes because we took away all permissions. There's no permissions set, and if you try and actually run the file on a text editor, you won't be able to. There's no permissions, not even for the owner, which is in this case is Callie. So it's important to remember that those are things that you can do with if you want to quickly remove permissions from a file. So let's go ahead and change it back to what it was, 644 example.txt. Now we can go to that file, example.txt, and see that it is back to its original permissions. What if we wanted to just give execute permissions? We do chmod plus x example.txt, and now we do the ls command again, and that file will have changed colors because it's now been made executable. Notice the colors went from white to green, and notice the permissions changed. So we now went from 644 to 755. So if you remember, read is a 4, write is a 2, and execute is a 1. If you remember that, you will be able to absolutely manage your permissions effectively. So let's say we wanted to do chmod ugo plus x, or let's say minus x. So we want to take away executable permissions. Now we go back to or actually we do another ls command. We'll see that the executable permissions have been removed from that file. Now it's back to what it originally was. Those are just some quick examples of how you can quickly change permissions on a sample file. That'll work the same across most Linux distributions. Here's a couple more examples. So we can change the permissions to can go 0, 4, and 3. In this case, we have a file called a_chmod.txt, and that 043 means that the first 3 bits would be dashes, as you can see here. They are. The second is a 4, so that is a read, and then we have 3, which is a write plus execute. So that example makes sense. What about 655? Well, you can see that we have a 4 and a 2, a read and a write. Then we have a read and an execute, which is 5. And then a read and an execute, which is also 5. So those are a couple of simple examples of chmod. What about changing ownership? Well, so whenever you create an account on Unix, it assigns an owner ID and a group ID to each user. All the permissions get assigned based on the owner and the groups. So you can use the change own command or the chown command and the change group. So the ch own command stands for change owner of a file. So let's go ahead and look at the chown command, change file owner and group, and you can see that the change in the user and group for a file, if only an owner is given, that user is made owner of a given file. So there's some different options. You can have it be verbose, you can do it silently, you can have it preserve root or not preserve root, you can even do it recursively. And it gives you a few examples changing a file permissions. What if we want to change own? So just type it there now. You do get a bit of a help file. So chown so basically the file name so now it says not permitted because we did not sudo. So if we sudo, now we'll be able to change the permissions of the file, or change the owner rather. And if we go back to the file here, you should see that the file permissions have been changed. Now, if we don't want to keep doing the ls-la command, there's one other command we can do that's not on the slides, but you can do get facl, or get the access control list of that file. And we can see the owner has been changed to root. We can also view the permissions for that file. So it's another way to get a quick synopsis of what the file's actually permissions are. So let's look at the change group command. We have it in the Kali group right now for that file. So we can do, just like the change ownership command, it does recursive. It can preserve root or not preserve root. So what if we want to change group? So let's say we want to change it to the group called matrix, which is what we've set up here. So ch group so it says again not permitted because we didn't sudo. So we're going to sudo. Now we're going to just do the get facl because it's quicker. We've now changed the group of that file to the matrix group. So quickly, you see how you can change groups, change owners, and we've talked about changing permissions on a file. So this is going to be a very important task, especially if you're a system administrator or a network administrator. So you can see here some examples of each of the commands. So this is the basic syntax you can use for your reference. So if you want to change the permissions of a file to a specific user, you can do that with the change group commands. We don't have the neo. Oh, that's right. It's case sensitive. So it's uppercase. Everything is case sensitive. So if your group name is case sensitive, or your group name is uppercase, it will actually require you to type it in exactly as the group name is. So it's a quick way to manage files. So you have several people working on a file. You can use the change group command to quickly do that. Now the group has been changed. Now what if we want to set access control list not from the chmod command? Well, you can use the set facl command to do it similarly. So you do you're setting basically from the command line. You can remove the access control list. You can set physical or logical. We have a couple examples here. So -M would revoke write access. So you could copy one access control list into another. So it is a very useful command as well in its own right. So we talked about Linux, not only from Linux Plus perspective, so this is going to help prepare you for the CompTIA Linux Plus certification, but we also talked about basic commands. We looked at how we got Linux from Unix, we looked at the different components of Unix, the architectures. We talked about how a system boots up, and we did several basic commands. So you should be adding these commands to your repertoire of commands. You just need to make notes of these or however you do it. But every time you get a new command, it's vital, absolutely vital to go through the labs, go through the practice with the command line until you get comfortable, because it's a perishable skill. If you don't use it, you will absolutely, they say if you don't use it, you'll lose it. So same thing with if you're a network engineer and you're used to maybe Cisco command line. If you don't do Cisco command line for a while, you'll forget things. Same thing with Linux. So we talked about file permissions, we talked about access modes, changing the chmod command, the chgroup command. So that concludes this module. I appreciate your attention, and we'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello, and welcome back to the official CertCop series. We're continuing on with Blue Team Level 1. This is the next module in our course. We're going to get into Linux firewalls. So important because you can configure a Linux system to do just about anything with respect to firewalls. It has so many options at its disposal that you will find that it is quite a useful skill to have as a Blue Team member. So we're going to talk about what are firewalls. We're going to talk about how firewalls work. We're going to talk about the different types of firewalls. We'll look at the Linux NetFilter firewall IP tables. We'll look at the different tables and chains, as well as IP tables and rules. And we'll also finish off with a much simpler firewall solution, which is the uncomplicated firewall, or the GUI uncomplicated firewall. So let's get into it. So what is a firewall at its core? A firewall is a network device that monitors incoming and outgoing traffic. So it can either allow or disallow packets according to a specific set of rules. You could think of it like incoming and outgoing, or ingress and egress. The goal of a firewall is to create a barrier between your internal network and the external sources, like the internet or possibly your ISP. So this way, malicious traffic that viruses might can carry or other payloads devised by hackers cannot get in. So how do firewalls work? Typically, some firewalls will evaluate traffic using predefined rules and filter from different sources. Some will protect it at the port level, such as TCP and UDP port numbers. Some will protect it based on specific protocols. So a port, you can think of a port as a place at which a data is allowed to flow. So for example, a source address and a destination address. So in this example, the IP address 172.18.1.1 is allowed to communicate to destination 172.18.2.1 on port 22. Now that means you have two computers talking over SSH, and generally firewalls will block all traffic by default and permit by exception. They have something called an implicit deny. So if you don't put specific protocols and ports that you allow into the network, you effectively may have locked yourself out of your own system. And we'll see that in a minute. So think about IP addresses as your house, and the port number is a room. Only trusted people, i.e. source addresses, are able to enter into the destination addresses. So depending on whether they're the owner of the house, a child, or they may be a guest, persons within the house are only allowed access to specified rooms, such as destination ports. And the owner has access to any room, but the children and any visitors are restricted to a specific set of rooms or specific port numbers. Let's talk about some of the different kinds of firewalls. There's software and hardware firewalls. Essentially, they're interchangeable, but it's often better to have both because sometimes a software firewall might be good for a host and a hardware firewall might be better for a network. So depending on your type of network, there's also firewalls in the cloud. Pretty much any firewall that you can install in Linux on an on-premise server can also be installed in the cloud. So a firewall at the physical level is just a piece of hardware. It's a box that's located somewhere on the network between the network and your default gateway, which is typically your router or your default router, at least, depending on the size of your network. So you have different kinds of firewalls. You have some that are packet filtering. You have proxies. You have next generation firewalls, which combine features of both packet filtering and packet inspection. You have NAT firewalls and even multi-layer inspections firewalls. What generally separates firewalls from each other is the ability to analyze packets. How deeply do they go in analyzing a particular packet or protocol? So what is a packet filtering firewall? Well, a packet filter does just that. It filters packets. It looks at the packet, and if the packet doesn't pass a certain rule set based on either the source and destination IP address or port number, it will be dropped. If it matches the rules, then it can enter the network and be on its merry way. So stateful versus stateless. So stateless is essentially just a packet filtering firewall that just cares about port numbers and protocols. It doesn't have any idea whether or not it's an established TCP connection. Stateful firewalls actually can keep track of TCP information and connection information. Say TCP because we know from our prerequisites course that UDP is a connectionless protocol, so there's no three-way handshake or anything. So if a packet matches a rule, it gets to pass. If it matches a rule for a drop statement or a deny, then it gets dropped. So hackers can typically bypass stateless firewalls because they can either disguise the packet as some other protocol like ICMP that doesn't have a port number, or they can disguise it in legitimate traffic that is actually allowed, like port 80 and port 443. Stateful firewalls, on the other hand, remember information about previously transmitted packets. So imagine like this. You are a hacker and you want to bypass a firewall or confuse a firewall. You might send packets that are essentially larger than they should be, or maybe you take more time to respond than it would be ordinary, or you send more information than the device was accepting. Those are ways to potentially compromise things and crash systems. The packet filtering firewalls are fairly rudimentary, but they are good in the sense that they can at least log permitted versus denied traffic. But firewalls could not stop complicated attacks that involve multiple protocols and having to keep track of the state of a connection, or being in the middle attack that de-authenticated somebody from their access point or their network connection. The next gen firewalls take things a step further. So they get combined with encryption, intrusion prevention systems, or IPSs. It also gets combined with antivirus and even more features. So we have generally stateful, or rather next-gen firewalls may be called deep packet inspection, or DPI. So DPI examines the data within the packet itself, which allows users to more effectively identify, categorize, and stop packets with malicious data. So basic firewalls only look at packet headers, whereas deep packet inspection looks at the data within the packet itself, so allowing more effective categorization and a chance at blocking packets. So we have several vendors that have next-gen firewalls like Fortinet, Palo Alto, many more. Proxy firewalls. These are another type of next-gen firewall. These are traditional firewall technology, but they have extra features. So proxy firewalls will retrieve traffic, or they will allow traffic, but they will act as a go-between for a legitimate host. So they will potentially screen out traffic. NAT, network address translation. The NAT is essentially what we are doing for most of our internet service providers. We have one IP address, and everything external is based on that one IP address. Everything internal is based on a private IP address. And we get that through NAT. And with NAT, we're able to hide our IP addresses to an extent. Additionally, in the same way that proxy firewalls function as an intermediary between computers and the outside traffic, NAT firewalls can take traffic coming in from a public IP address and translate the address to a private IP address that goes internally, while protecting those internal systems from being exposed to the internet, for example, or possibly an unsecure network. Let's talk about stateful multi-layer inspection. So these firewalls compare packets to known trusted packets network. They also operate at the transport and also application layers. So really layers 4 through 7 or 5 through 7, depending on who you talk to. Stateful multi-layer inspection, like next-gen firewalls, examines the entire packet and only allow it to pass if each layer is analyzed. So status of communication, the name, sequence number of the packets, and making sure that all the packets are received in the correct order. So how do we manage packet filtering and NAT rules? Well, we manage IP tables. IP tables is included with every Linux distribution, and IP tables is used to handle firewall rules in Linux. Let's look at the IP tables command of our Kali distro. Screen. Notice there's also IP tables and IP6 tables. So there's IP version 4 and IP version 6 packet filtering. So IP tables may appear complicated. It's a bit on the syntax. It can be a bit lengthy on the commands. So just be aware of that. It is not, however, beyond the scope of possibility. For example, we have IP tables that may have several tables at a high level. You have tables, you have chains, and you have rules. So multiple chains may be present in a table. Chains can be predefined or they can be created by the user. There are several chains that are predefined by default, and multiple rules can be found in a chain. These packages will have their own set of rules. So you have a table here. Each table has 2 chains, and each of the 2 chains have 3 rules in them. That's not exactly a hard and fast rule, but it's just an example to get you thinking about IP tables as a whole. So there are 4 built-in tables. You've got a filter table. So the filter table essentially is the default table, which has built-in chains for input, forwarding, output, and we'll look at each of the tables in the next few slides. There's a filter table, there's a mangle table, a NAT table, and a raw table. Depending on the distro you have, you can actually check your existing rules. So filter is the default table. So if you don't define your own table, you'll be using a filter table. So the filter table has the following default chains. The input chain. The input chain is that which is coming through the firewall. It's incoming, i.e. ingress. So we have input chain. We have output chain. Output chain is what is coming from the firewall. And then we have forward packets or forward chain, which is what is going to other network interface cards. So packets that get routed through the server or the Linux host. The NAT table. So the NAT table has a pre-routing chain, which alters packets before routing, such as the translation process that happens right after the packet comes to the system and before routing. This helps to translate the destination IP address of the packets to something that matches the routing on the local server. This is used for destination NAT. The post-routing chain alters packets after routing. So packet translation happens when the packets are leaving the system. This will translate the source IP address of the packets to something that might match the routing on a destination server. So this is used for source NAT. The output chain is for any locally generated packets on the firewall. So the mangle table is for specialized packet alteration. This will alter quality of service bits in the header, and it has 5 chains instead of 4 like some of the rest of them. The mangle table is going to be essentially, it had 2 up until Linux kernel version 2.4. Now it has 5. So we have pre-routing chain. We have the output chain. So pre-routing is for incoming connections. We have the output chain, which is for altering locally generated packets. The forwarding chain, which is forwarding to packets that are going to get routed through the box. The input is for incoming packets. And post-routing is for packets that are about to go out. So IP table's raw table is for configuration exemptions. So it has the pre-routing and the output chain. So these are the three important tables, or three of the important tables. So the input chain, output chain, and forward chain for the filter table. We have the output chain, the pre-routing chain, and the post-routing chain for NAT. Then we have the 5 for the Mangle table. So some key points to remember for IP tables rules. So rules have a criteria and a target. So you have the criteria that gets matched. If it matches, it goes to the rule specified in the target or executes the values. If it doesn't match the criteria, then it moves on to the next rule. You can see here we have forward for the forward chain. We have input for the input chain, output for the output chain. So you may see all the firewall rules in your system by running IP tables -list. Let's go ahead and go back over to our Linux box. So this is different than some distros. So you may have -h, which will give you the help file. L-N-V. So we have so you have to sudo on this command, otherwise it won't run. So we can see all the different chains. We have the uncomplicated firewall chains. We have uncomplicated firewall. There's your input chain, which is an accept. We have the forward chain and the output and the accept policy. So we check the rules. We can also check if you want to look at the rules in the NAT table. We can do this command. -t nat-l. And there's the NAT table. So there's nothing in the NAT table right now. So we can also filter them out by the list as well. An example. So we have accept, drop, queue, or return. Those are the possible values you can specify in the target. So if we want to look at the Mangle table, we would do the following. IP tables -t Mangle --list sudo IP tables t Mangle. So no rules in the Mangle table. We've already looked at NAT. Let's look at the raw table. We just altered one command. IP tables -t filter -list sudo. So there's the UFW, the uncomplicated firewall. So here's an example that shows some rules defined in the different input, forward, and output chains. If you wanted to define some rules, we'll see that here in a minute. So the rules --list command outputs the number, which is the rule number. The target is the target variable. Protocols for prot, and options for the rule, as well as the source and destination address. There's essentially what is currently active. Now, if we wanted to put in a rule with IP tables, we could do the following. Do IP tables A input -s an IP address we want, and then just J, and then drop. This is going to block packets from a specific IP address. Okay. Now, if we want to unblock it, we would do the reverse, which would be input. Everything would be the same, except we just put a -D. You delete. Everything is back to the way it was. Reverse it one more time so you can see. Now, the rule we just created, it's right there. So it's going to go to each rule before that, and then it will run that. So we've seen how to block and unblock. What about blocking specific port numbers? Well, very similar command. So it's going to be IP tables -A input. It's going to be -P, the port number, and then TCP -D port, and then whatever the port is. So let's say we want to block port 23. So now we've blocked port 23 for telnet. If we want to accept a port, all we have to do is change the port number and then change the command to accept. So let's say we want to allow port 80. And we change that to accept. And we're done. And we could do the same thing with multiple ports. If we do -P, TCP, and then we do -M, multi-port. D ports. Let's say we want 80, 443, and 22. There's no spaces between here. -J, accept. Oh. Whoops, we have an extra couple letters in there. Extra one letter. So we can use that to allow multiple ports. We can set up port forwarding, lots of things we can do there. We can have it keep a log. So many things we could do. So flush out the rules. We want to drop everything. We can do IP tables -F. You have to run that as root. That's going to flush out all the Now that we've done different commands with IP tables, let's move into the uncomplicated firewall. It is basically a front end for IP tables, particularly well suited for host-based firewalls. It's well suited because it is much simpler. It provides a framework for managing net filter, as well as a command line interface for manipulating the firewall. So the UFW aims to provide an easy to use interface for people unfamiliar with firewall concepts, while at the same time simplifying complicated commands. This will help an administrator who knows what they're doing to make life much easier. There's also a graphical front end, which I'll show you as well in the demo. So if we want to first enable, we have some sample commands here. We're going to do sudo UFW enable. So it's active and enabled on system startup. We can do sudo UFW disable. Go ahead and re-enable it again. So just that easy. Now, what if we want to see the status? You can see the status right here of all the rules that are currently in there. There's some rules that I've pre-populated. Some you can see that are IP version 6, some that are IP version 4. Now, one thing you can do, put the word numbered after status. You can get the status of the firewall that way. So if you want to allow a specific port, you can do sudo UFW allow port 22, or you can say SSH already has a rule. So I tried to do the same thing. Notice I put the same port number with 22. It's already there. Sudo UFW, and you want to deny something, you can deny. There's already a rule in there, but so essentially the UFW can do anything that IP tables can do. So it has several sets of rule files, which are basically just IP tables compatible text files. So if you go into the etc default UFW you can see the config file here. There's also cat UFW slash before rules. We have to sudo. There's the UFW before rules, which are basically just the same format as the IP tables. So these rules are evaluated before any rules get added to the UFW command. There's also the after rules. So there's also the UFW config file. You can tell it whether to start on boot. You can have it, essentially, it'll also set the log level as well. Right now it's set to low, so maybe you want that to be higher than that. So lots of things you can do with the UFW. Let's do one more. So we want to turn on logging on the uncomplicated firewall. Sudo UFW logging on, sudo UFW logging off. So logging is now on. And what if we want to get a list of all the applications that are available for the uncomplicated firewall? Well, we can do that as well. Sudo UFW app. Sudo UFW app list. You can see all the different apps we have here. We have Nginx, we have AIM, we have Bonjour. Interesting, I don't see Apache in here. So sudo apt-get install. Go ahead and install Apache, which I thought it was already here. Okay, sudo UFW app info, and then you do the app name, which should be Apache 2. Find Apache 2. Let's try Apache 1. No profile for, so there's no profile for Apache off the bat, but there is one for Nginx. Have to make sure that the syntax matches because it is case sensitive. So we have Nginx full, HTTPS, and so we'll do Nginx full. You can see the app list. We can also get the app information. So let's look at one more thing. So if you don't have, you want to use the UFW, but you like a graphical interface, or you're not quite comfortable with the command line yet, you can install the graphical front end for the uncomplicated firewall, which is the GUFW. And so we have a couple of obsolete packages. So we're going to go ahead and remove those real quick. We'll go ahead and run the GUFW while we're sitting here. So it does require root. So it might give you a small error, but it will actually launch. That could be why Kali is taken out of the repository and not installed it by default. So notice if you go to, you have a file menu here, file, import profile, export profile. Not sure why it's getting a little blurry on the, when I move it, but you have a profile. You can have home, office, public. You can turn it on, you can turn it off. You can have allow rules, have deny. There are rules here, so all the rules you put in via the command line will also show up in the GUI. So you can see all the different rules here. If you want to add a new rule yourself, so the green is the denies, the red is the allows. If you want to add a rule, you can use pre-configured rules, or there's a simple interface here where you can define your own, or there's really advanced where you can go into a port number, protocols, you can pick different directions, either in, coming, outgoing, or both. You can pick different protocols. You can tell it whether you want it to log or not. There's so much you can do. You can even use it to generate reports here. So that is the uncomplicated firewall and the graphical version of the uncomplicated firewall. So we covered quite a bit of ground on firewalls. We covered what are firewalls, how they work. We talked about some of the different important commands with firewalls. We also looked at different types of firewalls, IP tables version 6, as well as the uncomplicated firewall and the GUI. There's also one more command that may or may not be useful for you. It is similar to IP tables, except it just uses ARP addresses instead of. So it's the same commands, same everything. You just replace the commands, the first part of the command, with the word ARP tables. So there's ARP tables for IP version 4. So there's no 6 like there's IP tables 6. So there's only ARP tables for ARP version 4. And there's the help file, so you can do different commands, different chains, different rules. Pen, delete, insert. You can flush out the rules. You can set it by interface. So quite a lot of options in Linux. It's the preferred method, I think, of running firewalls. If you're going to run firewalls both on the host level, of course, there are network-based firewalls that you can purchase, but again, they're beyond the scope of this course. So that concludes this module. I appreciate your attention. You now should have a better understanding of the different firewalls on Linux and the commands for manipulating those firewalls. We'll see you in the next module. Thank you. Hello, and welcome back to the official CertComp series. We're continuing on with our next module, a Blue Team Level 1 course. This is an important chapter because you're going to have exposure, if you've not already done this before, to more Linux and package management and repositories. So, vitally important skill to master with respect to any Linux distribution, whether it's Ubuntu, Red Hat, Fedora. Doesn't matter whether it's a server, whether it's a desktop edition, you will have to contend with package management. So what are packages? Well, packages are what, to Linux, what executables and downloaded files are to Windows. So we're going to talk about the Debian package management tools, dpackage, and APT, or aptitude for its full version. So Debian is actually named after a couple called Deb and Ian. And that's actually what Ubuntu and many other Linux distributions are based on. They just like they put both their first names into the distribution name. So you've got Deb plus Ian equals Debian. So one of the essential qualities of Kali Linux, for example, is in its ability to be adaptable to packages which use these installation and upgrading and removal processes made much easier. So this will help you understand how we're taking advantage of the easy process of updating Kali and streamlining your operations. Because if you somehow have a failed update or a mistake, Kali will give you problems. It's designed to work really well with its own repositories, as we'll see. But when you start adding in third-party repositories and other sources, you may run into trouble. So if you're working for Linux for a long time, or if you've written code and maybe compiled it in Linux, you'll understand how much of a pain it is to compile programs from source code in order to install them. So GCC compilers and debugging and altering code just with a couple of tools. So for this reason, the dpackage and APT tools make it much easier to work with packages on Linux as a whole. So first and foremost, we have our distribution of Kali here. We still have the GCC compiler. It's still there, as well as is the GNU Linux debugger. I wouldn't, of course, recommend using the debugger unless you like seeing a lot of stuff on the screen, but this is the debugger built into Linux, and you can look at a program and step through it. Now, we don't really have to do that because we have package management tools. So first look at the command for APT, which is the high-level command line interface for package management. So some commands are better suited for interactive things like apt-get and apt-cache, which we'll check out in a moment. We're going to talk about dpackage, synaptic, snaps, and also other package managers like yum and rpm. This is our flow. So you can see here, we're going to take it piece by piece, topic by topic, and make sure that you have a good understanding of what these commands do, how to work with the log files, the config files. So they'll make your process of keeping your Linux distribution, whether it's Kali or any other distribution, up to date, much more user friendly. Kali is based on the Debian package manager. So it's essentially a Kali Linux package is an archive of security testing applications. Tons of nefarious or seemingly nefarious tools for doing both offensive and defensive. Binary package bundle, which is a .deb file, has records that can be used with a source bundle, or while a source bundle contains the source code for a project and directions required for building a bundle. So the Debian's package contains the application's documents and any other metadata, including the names of any dependencies that it might need. And the contents that allow for execution of various stages in the package's lifecycle. So if you do the package command and show dependencies, it will list the missing dependency and it will install those for you. So APT, Advanced Package Tool, lets you fetch packages and libraries through the same command line. So APT can install applications, update packages, and even upgrade your entire system. The depackaged device was intended to process and introduce Debian packages, but in the event that it experienced a missing library, that would keep the package from being installed. It would just go down the missing dependencies because it had no way of understanding the bundles that it needed to fulfill the right conditions. So the apt-get and other tools were introduced so they could solve these issues. And the best place for any and all documentation is to go over to the Kali.org webpage and look up the official documentation for what Kali says for the package management, because they have the best practices for repositories. Go over to Kali.org. And so we have the most advanced penetration testing distribution. We can go to the documentation and we can keep track of known issues. Package management. Just do package. Kali Linux meta packages. These are big packages for installing multiple packages at once. So if you want to install everything, install the large packages. There's different desktop environments you can install. If you don't like the current desktop environment, you can do that. You can change it. There are lots of different tools, so the tools are separated in categories as well. And you can see different menus for each one of the tools. So if you only wanted to install one type of tool, you could do an apt-get install this. But these are typically installed by default. If you want everything, you can do this. If you want large, it will have default tools. There's also a top 10, and there's also a live version. So just to prove to you this does work. So these are, if I were doing this, I would bookmark this page That way I have all the potential tools that I could ever want at my disposal just a command away. Clear sudo apt get install tools -gpu. Just taking one for example. And so this will work pretty much the same way with the APT or the advanced package tool. So I'll have to take a moment to read the package list. And so that'll take a moment. So while we're letting that go, so Z-package will install local packages. So let's say, for example, if you didn't have the Chrome browser and wanted the Chrome browser, you could install it with D-package. So APT retrieves its packages from a repository called apt sources.list file. So you could call it package source, but this is basically all the different repositories that publish Debian packages. Remember that a package contains the source code of a program, should not be confused with a package source, which is a repository. So a source package is just a package that contains the source code. So tools, I may have mistyped that. It was Kali-tools GP. That's why I couldn't find it. It was not in the repository. So we have 3 newly installed. So just keep in mind that your default Kali installation may not have all the tools that you want. Depending on what type of hardware you have, you may have tools that are more appropriate for others. There's even a version of Kali that runs on mobile devices, provided you have a supported chipset and image build for it. You can actually just type in, you can tab over and you can see all the different possible commands. So let's say you want all the forensics tools. Go here and get all the forensics tools. Same thing with Bluetooth. Maybe you want wireless tools. So there are some tools that are not in there by default. So of course, if space is no object, you could just do install everything. But you might have, if you're doing a virtual machine or you're working on a system that maybe doesn't have enough storage. So a lot of tools that were not there before. So most of the use commands in apt-get, update, that's probably the most common one you'll use. You've seen me use it several times. Upgrade is going to get you new versions of Kali. So this update's going to take a while, so we'll pause here and we'll come back. Now we have our package installed. Clear the screen. Sudo apt-get upgrade. We've just done recently in another module, but so we have some packages that are no longer needed. So we'll go ahead and auto remove those. I always want to be, especially when you're working in a virtual machine, the space can grow exponentially. So you want to just be mindful of what you have installed. So now, if we go over to VirtualBox and we right click on the Kali Linux virtual machine, show and explore, it'll actually show us the folder where the virtual machine is stored, so you can get some idea of how big this is. So it's 20.7 gigabytes right now on disk. So with all the tools that are installed, and you see here it has regular logs just like any other system does, and this also has snapshots. The snapshots that can grow quite large as well. So if we have an old snapshot and we don't really want to maintain that, we can go ahead and delete that snapshot. But it's actually currently open, so it won't let us delete it from here. But if we go back to the virtual box and look at the settings page, so right now everything is grayed out because it is actually turned on. So it won't let us modify much of that. But we can look at snapshots in here. And so if we don't need the older snapshots, we can get rid of them essentially. This one doesn't have any snapshots, so you can scroll down and see. Just be mindful of what you're saving, for example, because it does all add up towards your storage space. So I might say, well, let me get rid of this. So this says, deleting the snapshot can have information spread over several. What? It's kind of grayed out. That's doing that. Try that again. See if it does that on the second one. Yeah, so that looks like a glitch of. So, but you can see the information of the snapshot. Let's say you wanted to just go ahead and get rid of all the snapshots. If you delete the top one, it's going to merge the different image in. So just something to keep in mind when you're doing not only package management, but also managing. If you're doing this in a virtual machine, now if you're doing this on a real machine, you won't have to worry about this problem. And you can still use it while you're doing it here.
How's it going, buddy? Create a page after tonight, some scope of project, step by step what you want to see it. I can move this to my other team members to see if they can do it and follow your steps.
Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of cool to see, like, what, see, what's it called? Kelly. And you can just tab over, like, it actually shows you all the, so, dash what? Dash social engineering. So, was that not what, also, Kelly dash tools, I'm missing one. Oh, wow. So there's a lot there that was not.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to mute. Let's not, I don't want to distract you, but this is something, make a note of it and see how we can utilize this better and integrate with our existing tutorials.
Yeah, it's like, so this is funny because I found this before because I downloaded, I think, Parrot, but I downloaded the home version. So I was like, let me look for the commands to make it like just like a normal distro. This is the command that installed literally everything. This is the large. So they have commands to do other. Then if you just want like a live image, like lightweight, you can download this. There's top 10. So like maybe, just the top 10 tools if you want to, if we wanted to do it.
Yeah, probably would go with the top 10, top 25, possible to figure out, or, top 10 by them, top 15, what we feel.
Yeah, that would be a cool, like, separate, I don't know if it's a chapter or a lab or the talk.
Yeah.
That would be a cool talk, I think. And they just updated this today.
Okay.
So
Sounds good.
Thought that was, I'm just like, let me check their documentation because they're pretty good on documentation. So I just happened to find that. I was like, oh, that's cool. So now I didn't know, I knew you could do other stuff, but like that's cool.
We can put this as our Kali Linux Administration CKLPT course, if we have not done that yet.
Yeah, and if we have a Nexus device or something like that, or somebody has Nexus, there's certain ones that you can use with NetHunter, the mobile hacking one. We don't have that in our mobile hacking class because I just don't have a device that'll run it. But that could be something we could do, like down the road, So that's the mobile version.
Good idea to have that.
Like this, like I guess maybe the new Xiaomi phones support it too. So maybe I could find like a cheap Chinese knockoff. But yeah, that's pretty cool right there, I think, though, having a phone plugged into the thing. And well, this is new. I've not seen this. I didn't know it had its own app store. So that's something that I need to
Yeah,
look.
that I heard of it. They started their own app store and all the stuff.
At. 100 editions. So I mean, I've done a lot of rooting with phones, but I haven't done it recently because it's like always ends up being a pain in the ass.
Right.
Well, it's like certain ones, like the manufacturer locked down the bootloader, and then you have to go online and try and find a tutorial to hack it, and then it's like, well, but it's still, I think it's good to have in our repertoire.
Yeah, I think we should have at least some sort of chapter on this to give more details to students where they can go. We don't have to dive deep into every single thing, but we can at least show them where it is. What the purpose of each one of that is.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a note just for the probably.
Sounds good, man.
It's really for both, not just red team, but also for blue team. So let's see.
Time for my medicine, so I'm gonna get some water and some medicine.
All right, buddy. Kali Linux admin. Package. Sometimes you might need to purge certain packages. If you want to remove a package or auto remove, there's also clean, which will erase any downloaded archives. Let's go ahead and do that. So we have APT and we have dpackage. So we've done several things like auto clean. We'll do that one more time just because I think when I ran it last time, it may not have run properly. So the good thing is you can't really mess anything up. That's good. Always good to be prepared and testing things out so you can learn. The best way to learn this stuff is to do it. No other way. No ifs, ands, or buts. For the terminal to load up here. We're going to do a sudo apt auto clean. Clean. This will take a minute to read through the package lists and get rid of anything that is not absolutely vital. It's always good to do some maintenance on your install once in a while because it'll help it run a little better. You can see here we reclaimed some space, and so got rid of some obsolete packages. And actually don't. This is a strictly off the cuff test, not something that is required, but so we have http://readme.mirrorlist. And there we can see the README file. You can see which mirrors that are best and location wise. You can see found one that's in the US and found 16 mirrors in other parts of the world. There's your mirror brain. You can also, if you want to look at images, you can do http://cdimage.cali.org. Give me mirror list. So there's the list of mirrors, which, so in this case, there are two. There's one at Berkeley University and the Cali.download, right? So if you click on it, it'll actually have you download the README file. It actually has a map showing the closest mirrors. So it says, yeah, you have to, in this case, we don't have Google Maps set up on this browser, so, but I believe on Chrome it will work. So if you want, you can actually download the README file, open it up in a standard text editor. This is Kali ISO image repository. This is an open source download only from official mirrors. Should make relative sense. You don't want to go downloading from unauthorized sites. To find yourself dealing with malware. So how do we initialize APT? Well, it depends on it's a vast project and tool set. So the original plans included a graphical interface, but basically it's now centered around apt-get as well as APT, which was later developed to overcome some of the flaws of apt-get. So you want to do, generally when working with APT, it's always advised to do the first update, do an apt update to make sure everything's up to date. So you have to sudo in this case. Let's make sure our other process finished here. To reinstall nmap. Open, close that. While we're waiting on our update to finish, notice you didn't have to. Yeah, if I type it in wrong, the sudo update, notice it was in red here, so we're almost done. So sometimes when you run apt-get update, there may be a package list of upgradable, so we can do apt list -- upgradable and see which packages we want to upgrade. Looks like we have some libraries and some Python. So apt-get upgrade. We'll go ahead and run that. Now that we've upgraded all of our packages, we can continue on. So, depending on your speed of connection, it takes a while to go through the files. And because the packages and the source size have grown quite a bit alongside with Debian. So, dpackage is the core tool that you can use to either directly or indirectly to install packages. So, this is, if you're offline as well, the one benefit to dpackage is it does not require an internet connection. Installing packages with APT will fail if you have no internet connection. So we can go ahead and we'll demonstrate that. We're going to go ahead and disable got rid of the network connection. And we can see we have no, it says ignore or IGN, so it's not actually allowing, not actually connecting. A temporary failure, so D package, however, will still work. We can go ahead and re-enable the connection. So the nice benefit of APT is that you can install packages and it will automatically install dependencies. You don't have to worry about what packages are required. So that's the difference between D package versus APT. So we can manually install a package file. So let's say, for example, on our Linux box, we wanted to install, so let's say Google Chrome. I believe we just have, I don't believe we have it installed on this one yet. So typically, Chrome has always been a operating system, or rather a browser, that you could not install directly from repositories. You couldn't apt-get install. So you had to go out and download the package file. Open up our web browser. Because it was not in the official Kali repositories. We go get Google Chrome, we click download, and it's going to give us an option to download the package file for it. So we have either the 64-bit Debian, which Kali is, but based on Debian or Ubuntu, and then you have 64-bit RPM, the Red Hat Package Management. So we're going to download that, and we can open it with the Archive Manager, but it's going to be easier just to go ahead and save it to a directory, the downloads directory in this case. So once that's finished downloading, then we'll be able to run the command. The package-I Google Chrome stable, and then we're going to sudo because we have to sudo to root to install it. And preparing to unpack, and it's going to unpack Google Chrome, and then it'll run it through the installation process. So that's an example of installing a package outside of the normal Kali Linux repositories. So it'll take a little bit of time because it has to unpack the package. And so if you want to just install you can do apt install, or you can do apt-get install, which will, but you'll notice here in the screenshot that it pulls down other packages along with it. So we'll do a sudo apt install Kali let's do Kali tweaks And it even has some nice wallpapers for you to customize your installation, not necessary for the purposes of this demonstration. So we see that we have the packages were automatically installed and no longer required. So we can do sudo apt auto remove to get rid of them. And that keeps our space nice and tidy, so we don't have too much space being taken up. Now we should see that we have Google Chrome available in our menu on our Linux virtual machine. Close our other browser here. Firefox says, welcome to Google Chrome. Do you want to make it the default browser? Say, sure, why not? And now we have Chrome on. Sign in and do all the things that you Chrome. So there you go. That's depackage and APT. What about apt upgrade? You've seen me do it a couple times. So you want to first do an apt update. That'll make sure that all your packages are up to date. You can do an apt-get upgrade, or you can do a safe upgrade, which will look for packages that can be upgraded without removing any other packages. Let's go ahead and go back to our virtual machine. Sudo apt update. Make sure we have the latest. Now notice that it also pulled down the Chrome packages as well. Just installed that. And the packages for Sublime Text, which we also installed outside of the normal Kali repositories. You won't. We did that in a previous module for text editors. Okay, so we have sudo apt safe upgrade. Rather, aptitude. So you have to do the full, notice the full command in this one, not the shortened version. And if you don't have it installed, you can actually go and download the aptitude installer. So sometimes on some Linux distros, it'll be installed by default. Some it will not be. So in the case of Kali Linux, as of this version, now we can do the safe upgrade, and it will build the dependency tree to make sure everything gets updated correctly, because we have some new packages to upgrade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Say yes, and we'll hit enter. Go. So it takes a little bit of time, of course, depending on your network connection, how long this will take. This is about 6 megabytes, so it could be very fast. It also depends on everything between your network and how close the mirror is to you. So if you have a place, or if you're at a location where there's a mirror close to you, you probably will have quicker upgrades than some. Keep in mind, plus we're also running through a virtual machine, so it has to go through the virtual network to get to the physical adapter. So it takes a little bit of extra time for that. It's generally not noticeable, but these are just some things to keep in mind when you're managing your Linux installation. So now if we do an apt update, should have everything is up to date. So we have confirmation that our process worked. We can also do sudo apt get auto remove and no packages to remove. If we want to check out and see how much space we have, we can do a df command. See how much space we have available in our current partition. We've got 28% in use, so we're doing pretty good on space. So you can also tell APT to use a specific distribution. You can use the -T switch or -target release followed by the name of the distribution that you want. First, we'll go back to the documentation for Kelly. Go back over to the documentation. If you don't find an answer to your questions in here, you can always go to the forums. Somebody likely will have probably run into this issue. So you can do dark mode, which I appreciate, especially for easeability on the eyes. So you've got tools, and then of course you have a whole troubleshooting section here for when things go wrong. So not a bad idea to try that out. Also the community down here. So basics of troubleshooting. So troubleshooting installations, failures. So you can look at logs. You can look at buffer information. So these are all good tutorials that you'll want to just keep close by. And it even has tutorials on how to use. So it'll actually link back to the DBN documentation. It'll work more or less the same. But what about installation failures? If something failed, you could try and save the logs, debug logs, and see what might be the issue. If you want to remove a package, you can simply do the -R with the name of the package, or you can also use the purge command. So let's look in the you want to be careful about this, because if you do remove a package that is needed for some other program, then you may inadvertently mess up your installation. So you want to just be careful what you're taking out. If you're going to remove a package, again, unless you're running out of space or unless there's a problem, there's probably not a good reason to do that. But just know that it is doable. So you can do apt purge and then type in the name of the package. So let's see what. So Yelp is for displaying the genome help browser. It's not the Yelp that we think about on the website. So just be aware that sometimes they'll name things that are similar. So there's the different commands as we've seen, but the purge command, so packages that are already removed. You want to make sure that auto remove doesn't remove packages that you might need as well. So packages that you've installed explicitly via install are not going to be proposed for removal. So you may want to look at other methods to remove any packages that you might not need. And of course, you can always check the Kali website for documentation. So there's apt list, which will list all the packages, which is going to be a huge amount of information, but so it'll have the package along with what repository it came from. So there you go. There's the package to the app-cache command. We've seen this one already. It will search for the various. Remember, we've had app-get, app install. We've had app purge. There's a lot of different commands with APT. So spend some time with this tool to become familiar with it. Let's go ahead and look at the dpackage log file, which, like most logs, are in the var/log directory. So the dpackage logs do get archived over time. So we can see what, basically a record of all the packages that were configured. And if there's any errors. So you can keep a log of what you installed when. So if you have problems, it's always a good idea to go back and check, see if there are any errors in the log. So you can find the exact time when a certain package was installed. And this, you can also use this information to understand any problems in your system. So there's you can also use the tail command, which will give you the last 5 or so log entries, depending on the var/log, or I think it's last 10 by default, actually. The last 10 entries, so you can jump to the latest. If you haven't familiar with the tail command, it will output the last part of the files. There's also the less command, which is the opposite of more. So you can, it reads different files or different parts of the file. You can move through files in different ways. So just good tools to have at your disposal when working through log files, especially, but particularly when you're looking for things that are a problem with repositories. Now, what happens when you accidentally damage your system? Well, you can go back and use the -- force to reinstall broken dependencies, and usually APT will tell you basically that the command will refuse to do anything else except for repair broken dependencies. So we can do so there's force -yes, there's -- reinstall, there's -- fix missing. These are a couple of good commands too if you have problems. So we don't have any missing packages. There's the reinstall if you want to reinstall an app. There's also -f install to correct dependencies. So this is something you might see, and it will actually suggest packages. The reinstall command is also useful. Let's talk about Synaptic. So we've done lots of command line package management. Well, Synaptic is actually a package manager that is a lightweight GUI front end to APT that's used in Debian, Ubuntu, Linux Mint, many other installations. So everything you can do using the apt-get commands, you can do with Synaptic. So it's actually a genome-based utility. So it has lots of filters and things. So if you don't have it installed, sudo apt-get install Synaptic, and it's already installed. So we can go ahead and either go to the start menu or we could type it in from the terminal. There's Synaptic Package Manager, and we have to put in our root password. And there we go. So we've got a graphical front end, and we can see the software is on your system is organized into so-called packages. This package manager enables you to uninstall, reinstall, upgrade, and so pretty much any package that you might want to look at, even packages that you don't have installed, you can go here and by function you can pick. Well, let's say there's an email client. Maybe you want clause mail, or you want dovecot or send mail, or any number of different things. So of course you can also install desktop in different desktop environments. Maybe you want to change the look and feel of your installation. Maybe you want to get some different editors, text editors. We have Cherry Tree, but there's lots of other ones out there. There's programming languages, interpreters, so all kinds of things you can install from. So if you want to mark all upgrades or mark all possible upgrades, so there's none right now because everything's fully up to date, but you can actually generate a package download script once you select some things. Let's say you selected a bunch of packages and mark them for installation. Then, of course, it's going to tell you what additional dependencies that it requires. So you'll hit mark, and then you'll see that changes to a check mark. Then you can click apply to apply all the changes. And also, once you have that, you can generate a script to download those packages. You can also look at status of what's installed or what's not installed. So everything that's not installed, you can look and see everything that is installed. So it's a good way to look at graphically your all your installed packages. You can also save anything you mark. So save markings as, download it as a file. You can also change repositories. Right now we have the two for Kali, well actually one for Kali, then we have Sublime and we have Google Chrome. We also have preferences. You can change the look and feel, the layout of the package manager, change the font size, columns, the color, whether or not to leave packages into the cache or not. You want to keep a history of all your files, and then of course if you need a proxy to connect to the internet, you can do it that way as well. This one, distribution. So if you go to the non-stable, you can prefer versions from Kali rolling, or prefer the highest version. So it's really up to you. You want to be careful with this setting, just not to potentially break your system. At least I'm operating right now on a virtual machine, so not that big a deal. You can roll back as needed. So that is Synaptic, and so you can really, you have a lot of different options. Let's talk about Synaptic versus other package managers. Well, we have Genome Software Manager, and we also have KDE Discover. So Genome is the front end to the package kit. So it includes both systems based on RPM and Debian. So we can actually go to all, we can go to There's even broken packages or missing recommendations. So they give you recommendations for packages that you might like to install to improve your installation. Notice the genome package kit. It's right here. So installing it affects a lot of other things. I'm not going to do that right now, but just so you know, that's where you would install it from. You also got KDE Discover. We'll go ahead and look at a different desktop environment. So basically, you have a few different options. And you can change your desktop environment if you want on any Linux distribution, but it'll really, your mileage may vary on Kali. This is what KDE desktop or package manager looks like, their graphical front end. So if you want to install it on Linux, click the link to download. This button only works with Discover and other AppStream application stores. This button won't work on Kali, but again, if you want to install the manager, you can do it from the command line. So there's an example of Synaptic, the help file. Genome's package manager, which is commonly installed in Ubuntu, so you can install things like Skype and Slack and other popular apps. There's KDE Discover. So we have one more way of installing items. They're called snaps. So snaps are not in Kali Linux by default, but they can be installed. So to get started with snaps, snaps basically have different risk levels. So they can have stable applications, candidate applications, and then beta. So you've got channels that define which release of Snap is installed and tracked for updates. So tracks allows Snap developers to be able to publish multiple releases of their application at the same time. The risk levels represent the trade-off between stability and new features. Then you have branches, which are an optional, and they hold temporary releases. So the tracking value for an installed snap shows which channel is installed, which one's being followed. So for example, let's go to snapcraft.io, the website. Notice this is made by Canonical, which is the company behind Ubuntu. So you can find different snaps depending on what you want to install. Let's say I want to install video LAN player. So I can see where people are using it, how it's being used, what it's being used for. So I want to use it because it just tends to play things easier. I can do sudo snap install VLC. Let's go ahead and go over to the terminal. And I'm going to discard mark changes, clear sudo snap install. So we got a small error here. Let's see what we got. PLC dash dash channel latest. So sometimes might be a small issue with the snap. It may not work exactly on as it advertised, but basically, if you install a less stable snap, you'll have more frequent updates. Um, Especially if you're talking about production environments, you have to be careful, but you tend to probably want to gravitate towards more stable updates. So releases tend to be considered to be almost ready for, if they're a candidate, they're almost ready for stable, but they need some more real world tweaking. So, but at this point, they've at least patched or passed all the quality assurance and review processes. For beta, users wanted to test out the latest features. These are typically outside of a production environment. So Edge is really, if you're trying to closely track development, often including a bunch of changes that haven't had quality assurance or review, but they're built into a CI pipeline. So these are the current operating systems that have snaps pre-installed. You see Ubuntu, Manjaro Linux, Zorin OS, and most Ubuntu flavors. So even though Kali is an Ubuntu variant, it does not have it installed by default. So the one good thing is the snaps are completely free and generally easy to install. So if we have an issue, we'll look at the man page. There's where you set up the different channels. So snap dash dash channel download options, enabling snaps in a system. There's the find command, find packages install, and forget command. There's an example of snaps. Quite a lot of functionality. More and more packages, it seems like they're being installed in this way. So I suspect we'll see this increasing in Linux in the coming distributions. So other package managers that you might run into, you've got Yum, which it's used in Red Hat, Linux version 5 and later. For the RPM software packages, Yum stands for the Yellow Dog Updater Modified. So it is a free open source command line package manager for computers running an operating system with the RPM package manager. It does have a command line interface, but there are some tools that provide graphical interfaces as well. DNF is the next major revision of Yum. It is compatible with Yum, but it has an API for extra extensions and plugins. And then there's RPM, the Red Hat Package Manager, originally, which is that file format was originally meant for Linux distributions. But the file format is the baseline package format of the Linux standard base. So we talked about different package management strategies, specifically focusing on Kali repositories. We talked about dpackage, looking at dpackage logs. We looked at Synaptic Package Manager, Snap, and some of the other package managers, Yum, RPM, and DNF. They are not normally installed by default. It can get somewhat confusing. but it would work similarly to apt-get. It would be yum install in the name of the package. You can, in some distros, you can install both yum and apt, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's an ODNF as well. But that's the reason why this distribution is kind of the way it is. You can install DNF on your system, but it will not. Highly recommend just stick with APT because there's really no reason to. But it's good to have exposure to multiple package managers, especially if you're going for Linux heavy certification, which obviously blue teaming is heavy Linux, red teaming is heavy Linux, but kind of going more into the weeds. So that concludes this module. I appreciate your attention. We'll see you in the next module. Thank you. Hello, and welcome back to the official CertComp series. We're continuing on with Blue Team Level 1 course. This is our next module. We're going to get into the topic of setting localization options. This is important for really any Linux distribution, but it's a separate topic because it's not one that's often commonly addressed. And so it might be appropriate for its own module, so you can definitely be able to, no matter where you are in the world, being able to set things like the date and time and adjusting your location will be beneficial from whether you're doing incident response, forensics, and many other things. So we're going to talk about what localization is, how to set your location or your locale, as it said. We'll talk about looking at the time in Linux, and some of these topics map directly to the CompTIA Linux Plus exam. So this is a useful module for that as well. So localization is the ability to adapt a Linux system to a specific location. So the Linux system must have a way to identify how to handle the different character sets in the local language. So we have ASCII, the American Standard Code for Information Exchange. So it uses 7 bits to store characters found in the English language. Unicode, it has an international standard that uses a 3-byte code, and it can represent every character known to be in use in all the countries of the world. UTF, or Unicode Transformation Format, takes long Unicode values and into either 1 byte under UTF-8 or 2-byte UTF-16 simplified codes. So the world is full of different languages. Not only does each country have its own language, sometimes sets of languages. Each country has its own way for people to write numerical values, monetary values, and also the time and date. So Linux has to be able to adapt to the local way of doing all those things. So at their core, computers work with 1s and 0s, and of course Linux is no different, but it needs to be able to speak the language in order to be able to interact with humans. That's where the character set comes in. So let's talk first about environment variables. Well, so environments for computer programs are defined by features like the current working directory, the user's preferred language, and also the type of terminal in use. To be able to deliver this information to programs, Linux maintains environment variables, which give information about the virtual location of a program and resources that are available to it. These variables will contain information like the local user's home directory, the computer's internet host name, and the name of the command shell that's in use. Where do we set environment variables? Well, Linux and Unix systems, environment variables are set of dynamically named values stored within the system that are used by applications and are launched in shells or subshells. Simple words, the environment variable is the variable with a name and associated value. So environment variables allow you to customize how the system works and how the applications are going to behave on that system. So for example, the environment variable could store information about a default text editor or a browser, the path to some executable file, or the system location and keyboard settings. So we can see an example here. So in Bash, to set an environment variable from the command prompt for a specific login, you have to type the variable name followed by an equal sign and the value. And type the export and variable name on the next line. So in Bash, the following command here adds the /opt/bin directory to the existing path environment variable. So each different kind of shell, whether it's D shell or Bash shell, has its own set of internal shell variables. So there's different commands in Linux that you can use. Let's open up our Linux virtual machine here. We have been running Kali Linux, but this should work similarly for most other distributions. Open up our terminal here, and we can type in env, and we can see all the different environment variables that exist. We have language, host name, we have the path right here, we have the present working directory, color scheme, and many others. You can use the print env, which will more or less do the same thing, but it prints all or the specified environment variables. You can use the set command to set different environment variables, or runtime parameters as they're sometimes called. You can also unset them. And you can use the export command as well. So export path equals path colon now we can look at our environment variable again. Notice that the :/opt/bin has been added to the path variable. So that means we can now type the commands from that directory without having to give the absolute path. Well, let's talk about some of the commands. Let's first talk about the locale command. Locale command defines localization information. It's basically language _ country .character set. So we go back to our virtual machine, clear the screen, type in locale, and we can see everything is in us.utf-8. So this writes to standard output basically all the different information about the locales. So a public locale is available to any application. If you want to write the name and the value of each current category, You don't want to specify flags or variables. The programs that support local technology will use environment variables to figure out the conventions for things like date and time formatting, how to display characters, currency display, etc. So we have numeric, we have time, we have monetary, we have addresses, phone numbers. LANG is the language, and language is the fallback method translation if needed. It's optional. We have LC address, which is the convention used for formatting, of course, street or postal addresses. And of course, LC telephone, which is the formatting of telephone numbers. Measurement, which is the default measurement used within the region. There's the man page. So you can display everything. You can display character maps with a -M. Look it up by category, by keyword. You can do locale-K date format, locale-CK date format. So locale. There's the locale for the name. If you hit tab, it'll actually start completing it for you. The locale for telephone numbers. So you could do date. So a lot of different options here. Country codes. Abbreviations. So there's, you can see the libc for the address. So lots of different commands you can use there. So this is an example of installing the language from a typical Linux distro. You pick the English language, and in our case, or whatever language is appropriate for you. This will control some of what the characters and formats are used. The programmers can fine-tune each of these different variables to customize exactly how programs will behave within the particular location or locale. So for a manual method, you can actually just change the value. In this case, we'll set it to locale, or rather export LC _monetary, and we'll send it to the Great Britain UTF-8 standard. So now if we do the locale command, one too many letters in there. Whoops. There you go. So cannot set LC _all to default locale. So we want to change it back. There you go. We've changed it back to what it was before. So a quick and easy manual method. All right, let's look at another command called the locale control command. So if you're using a Linux distribution that utilizes systemd, you have the locale control command available. So by default, it just displays the current settings. So if we go back to our virtual machine, locale, see it's US. There's the mapping and the model. So not only does it show the language environment setting, but it also shows the keyboard layout, as well as the X11 graphical environment layout. So there's the locale control command, the man page. So you can list available locales as well as set locales. You can list key mappings. Some examples of some of the variables. So there's the two that are available. It does not able to read the key mapping. Now this may be different on other versions of Linux, but just to be aware of that. Now we have the time date control command. So if you use the systemd, you can use this command as well. So this command is designed to manage the time and date settings on your system. This is the one-stop shop for all the time information, the hardware clock, the date. So most Linux systems will connect to the internet to use the network time protocol to keep the time and date synchronized with a centralized time server. If your system does this, you won't be able to alter the time or the date by using either the date command or the time date CTL command. So let's go ahead and clear the screen. So there's the time date CTL status. You can do show, which is the same information. You can set the time and the time zone if you're not connected to an NTP server. You can also set the interface specific servers. So we can do time date CTL status. List out the time zones. May be useful for so you've got set NTP, set locale. You've got status, which we've already looked at. Set time. They had put the arguments in there, but so again, what if you wanted to watch the? So we know the time command, which shows the relative time, but if we wanted to watch the system time with this command, you do that. You do time date CTL, and you could see whether or not it's synchronized. So there's no NTP running right now, so you could, in theory, change the time or set the time. Keep on hitting the command to watch it tick up. The time returns the time in the number of seconds since the epoch time. So we talked about different ways that Linux works with languages, how to change the current character set on a Linux system. We talked about how the time zone are set, and we looked at some of the commands, the time date CTL, the locale CTL. So that you can use this to also keep track of how long it takes for an application to run on a system. So we looked at localization, we looked at different locales in Linux, the time. So that concludes this module. I appreciate your attention. We'll see you in the next module. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the official CertCop series. We're continuing on with Blue Team Level 1 course. Next module. This module, we're going to go over some of the basics of sifting through services in Linux. We're going to talk about Linux server services. And we're going to use an Ubuntu server VM just for the sake of the demonstrations. We'll get into it more in the labs, but we're going to talk about what is a Linux server. Ultimately, if you're in any kind of organization for a time, you will find that there are different servers that are out there. Some servers that are being used to serve up websites, content management systems, everything from Netflix to cloud. We have Microsoft Azure. We have servers everywhere. We have on-premise servers. We have off-premise servers. We have virtual servers. We have servers that are running in containers. But ultimately, we got to understand some building blocks about Linux to be able to effectively defend them. Linux is often scary because people don't necessarily want to learn Linux if they've been used to Windows most of the time. So we're going to go over some useful commands. Working with Linux servers, we're going to go over some concepts like what is a Linux kernel? What are the different components of the kernel? What is it used for? We're going to talk about some of the basic services that servers can provide. We're going to look at how to implement security. We're going to talk about local networks. We're also going to look at how to improve performance of servers.
WebEx Assistant is
some key
enabled to
terms and
save audio
definitions we need to be
highlights.
aware of. First and foremost, we're going to talk about what is a daemon. We're going to talk about a shell, kernel, distribution of Linux. Let's talk about key terms and definitions, things you're going to have to know. The daemon, basically running things that are running in the background. There are many daemons in Linux, like the SNMP daemon, the SSH HTTP daemon. We have the kernel, which we're going to talk about, distribution. We also have protocols and services. We have the IETF. A couple things off the bat right away. We have, before we get into our discussion, we're going to give you a couple of URLs that are going to be useful in your journey in Linux and finding purpose-built tools for your particular tasks. This is distrowatch.com. This is the site that has all different versions of Linux. Some may be more useful than others. Some are designed to run on older hardware, lighter weight hardware, all different kinds of things here. So you can find quite a bit by clicking on the distribution. You can even type a name, search. It'll even give you random distributions. But major distributions like Ubuntu is what we'll kind of primarily work with. But Ubuntu and Kali, which Kali is based on, there are several other Linux distributions out there. So let's look at the Internet Engineering Task Force. This is the tools.itf.org website. This is where you will find things like requests for comments, otherwise known as RFCs. RFCs are basically ways to find out information about protocols and ports and services and how services are going to run. Sometimes things don't always pop up correctly. or if you have an ad blocker, but you can browse the index by numerically as starting at 0 and going all the way up. So these are be things like protocols like TCP, UDP, etc. So this is a good place to find information on ports and protocols and services. Those are some of the basic things you should know from the prerequisites, but just as a Wikipedia has a very good port number list, actually color coded by port, all the way from 0 to 65,535. Let's talk about first, what is the Linux server? Well, many of the largest websites on the internet, Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, these all run Linux, and basically they're designed to power very powerful hardware that can run services. The Linux desktops and servers use the same kernel, which is great. What exactly does the kernel do? We're going to talk about that. So it basically runs the same programs. We have Linux distributions like Ubuntu that have a server version. If you want to get a server version, you can go over to the Ubuntu website. On the Ubuntu website, they have the server version for their OS. They even have an Internet of Things version, but if you go to Enterprise, get Kubernetes, Internet of Things, OpenStack, developer tools. They even have Ubuntu on Windows subsystem for Linux. So you can go here, click on download, and so you can get instant Ubuntu virtual machines, manual installation. You can do automated server processing. So if we want to download Ubuntu server, download just like we do with traditional ISO. You download the ISO, run it to a thumb drive, and now you have an image file for that system. So we're going to throw that in our directory here. Make a new folder. And also have the pro tips. You can put in your information and get a email from Canonical. This in. So the live distro is about downloaded. Here's the pro tips. How to work with a server. So a lot of the commands we're going to talk about are here. You also have them in your server tips. The desktops are more interactive, whereas servers are designed to run kind of autonomously and without interaction. Let's talk about some different commands. These are the commands we're going to go over that are important for the server. Which command, systemctl, service command, help, man, chmod, etc. Go ahead and get into it. So the which command displays executable's location. But sometimes it's for more than a version of the executable on the system. Not always. It will not work on built-in commands or aliases. And it's used typically before, after, or during when the event's being identified. So if you try to use a which on a shell command, for example, you'll get no response or you'll get an error message. Let's look at the which command real quick. If you do Control C, it'll resize your virtual machine for you. Make it fit to the screen. Sometimes a little annoyance that I have that I don't like the way Linux and the virtual machine behaves sometimes. Put it in, we'll go and open up terminal. Notice we've got no response. Go to man page, with which we do get, so it returns the path names. It's good for finding the commands. We have system CTL, pretty important utility responsible for examining and controlling the system daemon or system D, system and service manager. It's a collection of libraries, utilities, and daemons that function as a successor to the system V init daemon. So it's an init system with a compost of programs running in the background with auxiliary management services. So if you want to list all services, you can this command for the screen. System CTL list dash unit files type service all. Notice that Ubuntu said that it had an update, so it's a good time to go ahead and upgrade to the latest and greatest version because this one's not going to get any more updates. However, this is all the different services that are running, the current state, and then what the state is as far as the vendor goes. You want to stop a particular service, let's say so let's go ahead and do an example command. Sudo, put the screen first. Sudo systemctl stop. The our syslog service is now stopped. So that to start the service, we just do the opposite command. There we go. And we hit the up arrow. Notice we can do that again. We list the commands. We should see that service running. And our syslog service is enabled, as it should be. You can also restart a service. Basically the same command. Sometimes restarting a service will clear things out and fix things. So the start service will deactivate the service. The stop service stops the service, and the restart refreshes the service essentially for the service that's in execution. Service command is used to run a system init script, the old system init daemon. So service command will still work, but it's basically service, then the script name, and then stop, start, restart. As is before. These are in the init.d directory. the service command. You can use service -- status - all. Let's show out the commands. A little bit different formatting. So right now we can see that services that are stopped, like Bluetooth, you can go ahead and do service start Bluetooth. So it doesn't recognize the service. Now, password in, because restarting this service is a system service. I had to put in the password real quick. So that's the basic syntax of the service command. Next command we have is the help command. So you can launch the terminal by pressing Control-Alt-T, or just click on the terminal icon. The help command is quite useful if you're learning about commands or new to Linux. You don't know how to help about the change directory command. Give you information on how to use it, some of the different switches or options, as it were. Now, what about the manual page for the help command? Notice there's no manual page for the help. So if you want to do CD-H, which is normally short for -help, it will give you a shortened version of the help command. So not the full help page, but you can do usually --help or -H. Some commands will not have help, however. There's another way of doing it. There's the ifconfig command. That's ifconfig --help. It's the same as ifconfig -H. So it kind of varies depending on the command. The -D option you'll use when you wanted to get just an overview about any command. The -M show sudo man page format. So we do this. So we're going to go ahead and clear the screen. We're going to do CD help -A CD. The help, if you -D, will search for help topics. Notice there's no help topic. We help -D, and we hit the tab button. It will give you some different options. So not all commands will have help, but quite a lot of them do. That is the help command. What about the man? So man displays the manual of any command we want to run on the terminal. A detailed view of what the command does and any sort of switches that it provides. Every manual has certain sections. We have executable programs, or shell commands. We have library calls. If there's any games, for example, or special files, usually found in /dev, miscellaneous things like macro packages, system administration commands that would be usable for root, and then finally kernel commands. Look at the man and echo can display a line of text, echo something out the screen, echo hello, and out hello to the screen. Now, if you want to echo shell, it'll send the word shell, but sometimes you have what are known as system variables. So you can echo out variables to the screen. chmod command, which stands for change mode, it changes the access mode of a file. So these are usually to delineate things like permissions. So the list of users that the permissions apply to and who gives the permissions. You can do chmod a couple of different ways. You have octal mode or octal notation, which uses a series of numbers, change the permissions, and then you have symbolic mode. So we have U, we have G, and we have O. So U means the owner of the file. G means the group's users who are members of the file group. And then O for everybody else. Go over here to terminal. Go to the string. Notice Linux is case sensitive, so if I make a mistake, type something wrong, it will not return the value. So let's type in chmod -h. So there's no -h, so we have to do --help. Just learning what we made last time, there's sometimes certain commands that will operate the same way other commands do. So you can see the UGOA plus or minus read, write, execute. There's also octal mode, which is 0 to 7. Then clear the screen. There we can read the actual man page. So we have 0 or more letters from that set or a single letter from UGO. So let's say we have a file here, the ls command. And let's see, let's go ahead and go over to the documents directory. We have a new file.txt here. We can see that it has full permissions, read, write, and execute. What if we want to change it to 0 permissions? chmod 000 new file.txt. Notice we can't do that because we didn't sudo. We have to sudo root if we want to do that. Those permissions are reserved for root. Go to the screen. Now we do the ls command again. Now notice it's all dashed lines. That means there are no permission bits set. So have the chmod. What if we want to just set it to the owner's file permissions and then nothing for everybody else? Do chmod 700. We have to sudo again. Go. Now we have read, write, and execute for that particular file, but nobody else has permission with the group. No group permissions. No everybody else permission. So, what if we want to do chmod plus U want to give them read and write. Sudo again. I noticed that only gave the owner, so the UGO. So that was the same permissions already there, so it did not change it. Let's make the group permissions read and write. Now notice we have read, write, but not execute. So we have changed the permissions ever so slightly just for those members of the group, these 2 bits here. Each one of these lines is a bit. See a D here, that means it's a directory. So just keep that in mind when you're working with the chmod command. So modes indicate which permissions are to be granted. And so read means read the file. W means to write or delete. And X means to execute the file. Or in the case of a directory, you can search it. So by typing ls-l, you're essentially listing out directory permissions. If you had RWX, that's full permissions for each one of these groups. If you had just r-execute, that's read and execute. Notice the file is green. What if we took away permissions? chmod -x sudo again. Now that file changed color because it's no longer executable, and the executable bit is missing. Common chmod command numerically, we could set that it would be like this. It would be equivalent of this is a R is a 4, a read is a 4, a write is a 2, and an execute is a 1. So this would be 6, 6, 0. Notice it did not make any changes because we did the same thing numerically. And what if we want to make it 666? Now it added in some extra permissions. Now everybody has read and write permissions, but nobody has permissions to execute. So it's still not executable. That's just some of the things to keep in mind with working with chmod command. All right, the chown command or the chown command. This command allows you to change the user and group ownership of a given file, directory, or symbolic link. In Linux, all files have an owner and a group, and they are assigned permissions and access rights for that file's owner. Group members and others. So how do we use chown? Well, let's look at the man page. There's the chown command. We'll click again on our new file. New file we have. We do ls-l command, or -la as I like to do. You can see that file is owned by root. We want to change the ownership to sudo chown. Then we do but we have to change the owner of, so we do permissions. sudo. But now, if we look at the file, we can see that the owner has been changed. So you can also use the chown command to change group permissions. So you do chown command, name of the file, or rather the name of the user, and then the file name. What about user mod? So user mod typically after you add a user. So if you want to modify a user once it's been added, we're going to do a couple things. We're going to add a user. There's user add. We have the sudo first. Added a user. Now, let's go ahead to the cat out the SE password file, which is where will show us the newly created user account. We now have a new user called Dave. Going to clear the screen. Now we've created a user. You can do user mod -- expire date command and put the year. So let's say we want the account to expire 2022-01-01 and put the name of the account. Because we couldn't do that without permission, so only root can do this permission. So now we have Dave, but if we wanted to get permissions, so we could actually we could say let's add a user to the group. So we have, let's say, cat Etsy groups. So we have different groups. Let's add Dave to the different group. Say group add administrators. The sudo now. So user mod -a-g we now have the administrators group, and we have Dave, which has been added to the administrators group. So notice each account, when we create it, they create a group with the same name of the account and add that newly created account to it. So that AG that I entered up here just appends that to a different group. Or that stands for append to groups, because it's spelled out. So you can change the things like -d for home directory. Sudo this is the Etsy shadow file, which has the different hashed passwords. You can also display groups a different way. sudo usermod -- shell / bin shell. So no changes. Now, what if we want to look at the man page? So with user mod, we can append, we can allow names that don't conform to standards. We can put comments in. We can make an account inactive or put the number of days till the account gets disabled. We can change the group ID and lock the account. These are all the different ways. Use the command. Look at the user add, the add user. The difference is that the add user is similar to user add, but it's just a symbolic link to it. So add user, let's do a different way. Add user. So only root may add a user to the group. Okay. So it automatically adds the user, the group directory, creates a home directory, and copies files to it. The user add command does not do any of that. Even allows you to set a password. This password is too short. And we typed in a bad password that fails the dictionary attack. So that means it's based on the dictionary word. Now we've changed the password. John Wayne. Give phone number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Home phone. And we'll say once we're done, yes, it's all correct. And we can cat out the password file and we see we now have the new account. And we also, with the other command, notice the difference. It actually allows to put in more information in their user account. So some Linux distributions, user add may be slightly different, but whatever version of Linux you're using, make sure that you read the directions and follow the commands accordingly. Only one user can be added. That username must be unique from other usernames that we've already entered. All right. Let's talk about what the kernel is. The kernel maintains information about each process to help keep things organized. So each process is assigned a number called a process ID. Process IDs are assigned in ascending order, with the init always getting process ID number 1. The kernel also keeps track of the memory assigned to each process, as well as the process's readiness to resume execution. So like files, processes also have owners and user IDs and effective user IDs. So the parameters for modules which are built into the kernel need to be specified on the kernel command line. So mod probe is a command that actually looks through the kernel command line. So that being said, the kernel parameters, we have setup, we have core parameter, we have macros that get sorted that ignore all punctuation and digits before letters that are case insensitive. And the kernel parses parameters from the kernel command line up to dash. If it doesn't recognize a parameter and doesn't contain a period, the parameter gets passed to a init. Look at the mod probe command, add remove modules from the Linux kernel. So if you want to add things to the Linux kernel, this is the command to do it. We're not going to get too much into kernel modules. That's a whole separate class. We could spend time on modifying the kernel, but how does basically a process work? So let's talk about that now. So you have, when the system starts up, the kernel initiates a few of its own activities as processes, and it starts up what are known as background programs or scripts called daemons. The process gets spawned by a parent program. Means they just sit in the background and run without having any user interface. So even if you're not logged in, the system is usually busy performing routine stuff. The more services you have equals more potentially daemons that you have. So a program can launch after other programs, or a program can launch other programs as expressed in a process scheme called a parent-child process. We have the inetd or internet daemon, and init, the init runtime daemon, and the init scripts. Then we have, so the inetd is the internet daemon located in the etc file. The init daemon starts programs that provide internet services. The only process that starts listens on all ports for services in the config file. They're also referred to as a super server. And it'll be different depending on which version of Linux you're on. So the new version of Ubuntu, it's a little bit different. So we have the xinit daemon, which does the same function as the init daemon. Starts programs providing internet services. So they're having the servers started at system initialization time and be dormant until a connection request arrives. Xinit daemon is the only process started and listens on all ports for the services in its config file. Whenever the request comes in, the xinit daemon starts the right server, and because of the way it operates, it's also referred to as a super server. These are some of the popular server distributions for Linux, like Ubuntu, Red Hat, Fedora, CentOS, and SUSE Linux. Let's talk about serving up the basics. Let's be honest, what servers are supposed to do, they're supposed to serve up services, right? So we have to understand a little bit about port numbers. So port numbers are essentially what way the traffic is going to flow through the server. So we have Port numbers from 0 to 65,535, which are 2 to the 16th power. And you have well-known ports. You have some registered ports from 1024 to 49,151. These are ports that companies must register for to be able to use. You have the ephemeral ports. And so the common protocols you should be aware of in the prerequisites, we have the TCP, Transmission Control Protocol. We have UDP, which is the User Datagram Protocol, the unreliable connectionless protocol, whereas TCP is connection oriented. We have File Transfer Protocol, FTP. We have Trivial File Transfer Protocol. If you've ever sent a configuration to a router or pulled a configuration, you might have used that. The Insecure Telnet, port 23. SSH, Secure Shelf, which is pretty much most of the ways you'll be remoting into servers in Linux and cloud especially. We have web traffic, HTTP and HTTPS. These are some of the common port numbers. See, SSH, Telnet, SMTP, TFTP, port 80, Kerberos, Exchange, Network Time Protocol, IMAP, Simple Network Management Protocol. You get up in the higher, you have MySQL, the database, Layer 2 tunneling protocol, 1241, which runs Nessus. We'll talk about when we get to vulnerability scanning. Let's talk about serving up the basics. Well, the Etsy services file contains all the ports on the server. And Linux servers can provide web services, database services, and email services. Typically, you want to have your database server separate from your web server, and your email server separate as well. They should be singular function servers for better security. So the Etsy services file has all the ports on the server. It's basically a plain ASCII file providing a mapping between human-friendly textual names for internet services and their underlying assigned port numbers and protocols. Port numbers are assigned by the Internet Assigned Number Authority, and their current policy is to assign both TCP and UDP protocols when assigning a port number. Most entries will have 2 entries, even for TCP-only services. Talk about 2 of the most famous web servers on as far as consumers go, or servers. We have the Apache HTTP server project. Apache web server, rather. It's an open source web server for modern operating systems like Unix and Windows. The goal is to provide a secure, efficient, and extensible server that provides HTTP services in sync with current HTTP standards. And the Apache HTTP server, or HTTP daemon, was founded in 1995, and it's been the most popular web server on the internet since it launched in 1996. Celebrated its 20th birthday as a project in 2015, and it's a project of the Apache Software Foundation. Then we have Nginx, which is pronounced just like it sounds, Nginx, plus load balancing and application delivery. The Nginx application platform has load balancing, better web application firewall support, and the ability to run application code, all being monitored and managed by an Nginx controller. It has a smaller memory footprint than Apache, and up to 10,000 simultaneous network connections. So the light HTTP daemon is all about security, speed, compliance. Light HTTP supports several popular Web 2.0 sites. So it's all about infrastructure, better memory management, also better for CPU load. And it's open source and licensed under the revised BSD license. It's good for embedded systems, and then it has a built-in database. So we could put database servers like PostgreSQL, MySQL, and MongoDB. Let's talk about PostgreSQL first. Well, one of our company's primary training courses is PostgreSQL databases. The open source database, a relational database, over 30 years of active development. So you can download it, and it is updated quite regularly. There's a lot of documentation for installing PostgreSQL. It is used many different industries, locations, all supported, and we do have.
You want any introduction slides for post?
PostgreSQL was designed to rival commercial relational database management systems of the day. And we talk about when database is something called the ACID test, or being ACID compliant. Not all databases are, but Postgres happens to meet the ACID standard of atomicity, which means that essentially all of the updates go or none. So if you do an insert, delete, update command, then these statements get treated as a single unit. Then you have consistency. So there's only two possible outcomes. Either they all change or none of them do. So especially situations like banking transactions where money transfers could result in a disaster. If a server were to go down while a delete statement or some insert statement was going on. So consistency guarantees you'll never leave your database in a half-finished state. So if one part of the transaction fails, it will roll back the database as it was before the transaction was started. Isolation keeps transactions separate from each other until they're finished. And finally, durability, which means that the database will keep track of pending changes in such a way that the server can recover from an abnormal termination. So even if the database server is unplugged in the middle of the transaction, it will return to a consistent state when restarted. That's one benefit of using something like Postgres. MySQL is not out of the box ACID compliant because it doesn't support the consistency, isolation, or durability. But there are table locks, which is typically how databases will lock data while they're being written to. MySQL is more or less the de facto database for internet web applications. You might hear what's called a LAMP stack, which stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. MySQL, in some cases, is getting replaced by MariaDB, which is an open source implementation or a fork of MySQL. But there's the LAMP stack, so you have a fully functioning web service architecture to operate with. MongoDB is an object-oriented database. It uses the NoSQL structure, which is different than MySQL. It is distributed by services like Google, AWS, and Azure as a fully global cloud database for modern applications. So it's a full managed service. No tables. Data gets stored as individual documents. That's the difference between MongoDB and the other two databases. Records get stored as JSON, which is JavaScript object notation. The default install favors functionality over security. Let's talk about mail servers, email servers. You have what's called the mail transfer agents. These are vital for communication. Pretty much every Linux distribution has some kind of email client, ability to send email. So the mail transfer agent handles incoming and outgoing messages on the server. Determines the destination host of the recipient. If the mail server is remote, the MTA must establish a remote connection with another MTA to transfer the message. Mail delivery agent handles the delivery of the mail, and the user agent is what the user sees when they're sending mail. The different software packages for mail transfer. We have SendMail, which supports virtual domains, message forwarding, aliases, host masquerading, but it can be somewhat difficult to configure. Postfix is a modular, simple email software package. It is 2 small config files. Many of our common internet providers that host websites will offer SendMail or Postfix or some flavor of that. We go over to our Linux box. Postfix to SendMail compatibility interface. So XM is another one. One large program to handle everything. So depending on the version of Linux you have, it may or may not be installed. So there's a base package here. You want to install XM on Ubuntu. The mail delivery agents, we have BinMail, the most popular /bin/mail location. We have ProcMail, which many distros have installed by default. Then we have where you can send the mail to DevNull. So notice that when you install ProcMail, it will try and remove Postfix. Or it will try and install Postfix and remove XM. So you have to kind of pick and choose which one that you want to go with. Here's the XM mail transfer agent. XM more or less replaces SendMail. There's the path for the mail user agents. You have some different command line tools for working with your mail settings. Let's talk about file servers. We have peer-to-peer file servers. Means one workstation enables another workstation to access files. Collaboration typically does not scale very well. You have NFS, Network File System, and then you have Samba. So we have Samba, which is often used. You might hear it called Server Message Block, SMB for Windows. If you're talking about Linux, you'll work with Samba. Now, if you want to set up a print server, you have to install the common Unix printing service. Now, it can have either a network printer or a local printer. And you have to start cups to be accessible on the LAN. It may not be installed all automatically. It'll be sudo apt-get install or yum install cups. The cups is currently running, and there's the path to it, the cup for the cups daemon. The primary mechanism for Ubuntu printing services is cups. It is freely available. It manages print jobs, print queues, and provides network printing using the standard internet printing protocol. So it supports everything from dot matrix printers all the way up to laser printers and many in between. It also supports PostScript printer description and auto detection of network-based printers. It has a simple web-based configuration and administration tool. So Samba can also interact with printers as well. We're going to pick up networks in the next part of this module. So we'll see you there. All right, let's talk about local networks, Linux servers. So most servers can be made to serve up network resources. You have to have IP addresses, either an IP version 6 or IP version 4 address. The big difference being an IP version 4 is a 32-bit address. You can do static IPs on a smaller network, but you'll want to use DHCP or Dynamic Host Config Protocol on the larger network. We have DH client in the DHCP daemon, as well as pump. Most Red Hat distributions will use DH client. There's also the rsyslog daemon for logging. Let's go ahead and look at DH client. This is the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. So a means of configuring one or more network interfaces to use DHCP. The DHCP allows central server to maintain a list of IP addresses that can be issued out. You can have either fixed leases or variable lease times. Most logs in Linux are in the var/log directory. Changing in the var/log directory, you will have all the different logs from the system log to uncomplicated firewall, MySQL, Apache, Nginx, pretty much everything, OpenVPN, any logs you might have on the system. Installing here. rsyslog is a system utility for logging both internet and Unix domain sockets so it can support both local and remote logging. Best practice is to keep logs on a centralized server for security or use a SIEM and have it set to write once and read many. That way logs cannot get modified. Name servers. So we have DNS. DNS or domain name system, domain name server. I've seen it both ways. It runs on port 53. It is a hierarchical structure. It's bind or named the most widely used DNS software on the internet. Bind version 9 was released in 2000 of September, and 2009 ISC started an effort to develop a new software suite called Bind 10. The DNS maps IP addresses to host names, and it uses the Berkeley Internet Name domain. So we have a named server daemon. So one bind server can communicate with other DNS servers. Here's where we bind the name to a socket. So DNSSEC, or DNS Security Extensions, is a protocol that's more secure for DNS, as it adds an encryption around DNS packets and zone transfers between DNS servers. So ultimately, it's part of the defense in-depth strategy. You want to have layers of encryption around DNS as well. What about serving up local networks, and how do we manage networks? Well, we have something called SNMP, Simple Network Management Protocol. SNMP is a client-server program because network devices will listen for SNMP requests. Essentially, you have SNMP version 1, version 2, C, and version 3. Using both IP version 4 and IP version 6, you can utilize command line parameters to retrieve information from an SNMP capable device, which is pretty much all switches, routers, phones. Anything that could be on the network can be managed by SNMP typically. So you're doing things like SNMP get commands where we get information. SNMP version 3 added encryption and strong authentication. The net SNMP program is the open source implementation, monitoring network equipment, allows you to retrieve information, may require a fixed configuration of data. So we have NTP, the Network Time Protocol. NTP is what keeps all the clocks in your phone and your watches synced up down to the millisecond. Operates on port 123, and we have the NTP daemon. To find out what NTP servers are available, go to ntp.org or pool.ntp.org, and you'll get to the same place eventually. NTP version 4 was a big revision, and currently the development version. How do we implement security? Well, we have what's called an authentication server. We have a server that manages the passwords and user IDs. So let's talk about implementing security. So from an authentication server perspective, you have the user ID and password, which are contained in the Etsy shadow file, which contains the username and hashed version of the password. The Etsy password just shows which user accounts exist on the system. There are some other how do we share accounts across multiple servers? Well, we can use something called NIS, Network Information System.
So NIS is a network naming and administration system for smaller networks that was developed by Sun Microsystems. NIS Plus is a later version that provides additional security and other facilities. Using NIS, each host, client, or server computer in the system has knowledge about the entire system. User at any host can get access to files or applications on any host in the network with a single user identification and password. NIS is similar to the Internet's domain name system, but somewhat simpler and designed for a smaller network. It's intended for use on a local area network. Then we have Kerberos. Kerberos is many Linux distributions will plug into Kerberos. Let's go ahead and open up a browser and we'll look at Kerberos's. It is open source, so probably the most famous implementation of it is in Windows and Active Directory. So Kerberos version 5, this is the MIT webpage. We'll go back to the documentation. So what is Kerberos? So we're on version 5-1.19.2 as of the recording. And so you can read some white papers about what Kerberos does, but essentially strong authentication for client-server applications using secret key cryptography. So you can get it in many different commercial products as well. LDAP, Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. LDAP is kind of the directory language and such of communicating with Active Directory. So the language of communicating with objects. So LDAP, actually there is an open source version of LDAP. Linux has the open LDAP package. And LDAP stands for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. It operates on insecure mode in port 389 and port 636 in secure mode, protected by TLS. There are also different plugins for LDAP for programming languages to support that as well. Then we have certificate authorities. CA's certificate authorities are important because they're in charge of issuing out certificates for web servers. So digital certificates are an important part of security, especially for verifying identities and verifying access. Certificate-based authentication is always preferable to any other form. We also have two-factor authentication, sometimes called multi-factor authentication, but generally at least two factors of something you know, something you have, and something you are. So something you know being a username and password, or a PIN code, possibly a token or a security code. Then, of course, something you have would be your biometrics, or rather, your token that may contain biometric information. In the case of the U.S. federal government, they have what's called a common access card that has digital certificates stored on that card, and as well as medical information and some other things. So that card gets put into a reader, which unlocks the certificates so they can be used in applications like secure email, digital signatures, and many others, providing benefits of not only confidentiality, but integrity and non-repudiation. And of course, something you are, this is the biometric solution, or essentially the one type of authentication that can actually not only uniquely identify someone, but also control access. So biometrics has various modalities. If you're interested in some of our other courses, you can learn about those modalities like fingerprint, vein recognition, voice recognition, palm, many other ways to which you can prove something you are. But ultimately, it's another factor. So to have two-factor authentication, you have to have two different factors from something you know, have, and are. There's also, you may also see some where you are or something you do, behavioral, but in some cases there's overlap with that in biometrics. How does this security get implemented? Well, we have OpenSSL, which is the primary package for certificate functions for servers and clients, especially Linux servers, but it is quite portable and used all over the World Wide Web. Then we have SSH servers. So the access server, how are we going to authenticate to the central server? Well, we want to use secure protocols, and Secure Shell, which is built into every Linux distribution, including Mac OS, can facilitate that. So plain text protocols like Telnet and FTP are a bad idea because anybody with a packet sniffing software like Wireshark or TCP dump can read packets right off the wire if they're unencrypted. So similar to using a VPN, virtual private network, SSH servers will create a secure tunnel between the client and the server. So of course, the SSH server comes with the OpenSSH package and supports secure protocols like secure FTP, secure file copy, secure copy protocol, SCP, and even tunneling. So VPNs, there are some solutions for VPNs. OpenVPN is a popular open source tool. Essentially, VPNs create a secure connection between your individual workstation and the server that you're trying to access out on the internet, or maybe it's a local server. But ultimately, VPNs will eliminate a lot of the eavesdropping attacks or man-in-the-middle attacks. So whether it's securing Internet of Things devices, whether it's securing cloud data centers, VPN software can be deployed almost anywhere. Web proxy servers. These are servers that can be used to block or intercept requests from local web clients. They can control how clients interact with remote servers. They can cache common websites or frequently accessed websites, so future requests will be faster. And all it takes is a simple Google search to find a list of free proxy servers. And you can find out typically they'll have different IP addresses, different port numbers, and different levels of anonymity. But generally all of them support HTTPS these days. There may be a few hanging out that are still using the unsecure HTTP protocol. So then we have monitoring tools like Nagios. Nagios has a complete monitoring solution for Linux systems, Windows systems, service state processes, file system usage, and many more. So you can use Nagios to do quite a lot of things, from Windows monitoring to Linux monitoring. So of course it does Windows monitoring with a graphical user interface. You can download a free trial of their professional version, which has all of the web interface, the advanced graphs, so you can see what is actually occurring on your network. The Linux version is actually the same version as the Windows version. The recommended software is Nagios 11, but there are other solutions like the core version. Now you just simply have to install an agent, which will do the check-in, and so the system will show up in the dashboard, and there's different plugins depending on which version of Linux that you're working with. So Nagios works like many other SNMP tools. It has the ability to monitor performance with a nice graphical user interface to make it easy for users or network administrators to keep tabs on the network. How else do we improve performance besides security? Well, we can use what's called clustering. So clustering, essentially what it does is it divides applications amongst multiple servers, particularly in the cloud. A couple of different ways to do that. You can use the parallel virtual machine library. Apache has a tool called Hadoop. There's also the Linux virtual server project. Of course, then we have load balancing. So load balancing we use to redirect requests to a cluster of servers. So a common load balancer is HA proxy, which is high availability proxy. Essentially, a load balancer is nothing more than a traffic cop that keeps one server from getting too much customer or user traffic. So it shifts the load around as needed based on the network load and other factors like CPU, memory, etc. Then we have containers. Of course, containers solve some of the problem of application portability and moving from a test environment to a server using technologies like Docker and others. Docker is the premier as far as containers go, but there are other container solutions out there. Docker is just somewhat ubiquitous. You go to docker.com, you can sign up, and you can get a private repository, or you can have a public repository, much like GitHub. And from there, you can host different container images and launch containers even in a test environment. So let's say you wanted a container for MySQL. You can do that. You can go find an official image when it's been last updated. The one benefit to containers is that it's much lighter weight than a virtual machine, for example. So containers will run the same whether they're on your local system or whether they're in the cloud. And pretty much all the cloud providers support containers at some level. You may have heard of Kubernetes, which is the orchestration engine of containers. So, for example, in Google Cloud, they use Kubernetes to run containers to orchestrate. They're actually, in fact, the pioneers of the open source automated container project. So, the goal being to reduce the amount of time you spent setting up dependencies, so you can just use the Google Kubernetes network or Kubernetes engine to create multiple copies of your container. So if you're serving up a website, you could use it to do that. You could use that to do machine learning research, all kinds of different applications. So containers provide a semi-secure way to for developers to work on applications and port them over to the cloud. So we talked about Kubernetes. There are other orchestration solutions, but generally Kubernetes is the industry standard as far as, so you can go to kubernetes.io. It's actually, for short, K8S is what Kubernetes is called. You can get the open source versions, and you can run it more or less anywhere, either in the cloud, on-premise networks, or in a hybrid type environment. So a lot of flexibility there. So in review, we talked about what is a Linux server. We went over some useful commands. We looked at serving up basic services, talked about local networks, implementing security, how to improve performance. We talked about components for a LAMP stack. We talked about how Linux can share files on the network. And so that concludes this module. I appreciate your attention, and we'll see you in the next one. Thank you.